Well, Navali, what happened last session?
Last session, we made it to the Rasahari Desert. We had some difficulty at the beginning. There was not a snowstorm, a sandstorm, or at least what I believe was a sandstorm. We got through it. We came across a possible baby lion looking for its parents that we later fought. And we were 3 days shy of the Oasis of Flowers, is that correct?
We're not totally sure, but that's the notion.
Okay.
As long as nothing stops you. Anything
Other
people would
than
like to
that,
add?
I can't really think of anything else that happened.
We heard sounds of Derude in the distance.
Oh, there was a giant bird.
Get out. It was a terrible reference, Knock. Should be
That's the
shamed.
best reference.
We've done
It
terrible
wasn't.
things to the sounds in my brain.
It wasn't a pun, so I feel safe.
Well, I'm not
Oh,
going to act
no.
upon it
Yet.
yet. Well, it is the morning. You all get up slightly bruised from previous battles and still having to keep moving forward. I would like two of you to roll a nature check for me. You can decide whom.
I would volunteer Karito, because I have it trained.
I would volunteer Leo because it's intelligence.
Any complaints?
I'm good with it.
Oop, I apparently had advantage on. My bad. 21.
I still take the first roll there. With a 21, Karuto, you notice the wind's trying to pick up very slightly during the first hour of the morning. At first, you don't think too much about it, as everything seems to be a pretty clear sky, but you can almost smell it in the air. There's going to be a very bad windstorm very soon, and you're pretty sure it's going to last most of the day. Thankfully, you have enough warning to set up for it instead of being hit by it immediately.
Is there any kind of like rock formation in the distance or near?
Perception.
Lord. Let's go.
I wouldn't call it a rock formation. There are rocks. There are dunes. There are several places that seem. You get the feeling sand's going to shift over them no matter how much rocks actually are there. Uh, but if you'd like to use rocks as a basis, they exist, some of them fairly large.
Hmm. Hmm. Well, Karito, of course, informs the party about such an impending risk. And looks quite concerned considering he thinks it's going to last most of the afternoon. Last time it was what, like an hour or two?
Yes, last time was an hour or two, and you just have the feeling, and you've experienced a variety of weather, especially in your travels and part of your training, or a whisper from a dead of someone who is trained in this way. It's hard to tell with you. It's going to be a full day of just endless wind that buffers sand everywhere.
Well, if that's the case, I'm pretty sure if I bring up the dome, we will be buried, perhaps to the point of a very exhausting exit, or perhaps worse. Who knows? Maybe better if there's shelter anywhere nearby.
Harito gestures around them to the mostly featureless expanse.
Rocks and plants do exist, they're just rare.
I said mostly.
How long do we have?
It's good.
You
How
have
long
about
do
an
we have?
hour before it hits.
All right, Leo looks like he has no solutions.
Skern, exactly how many different kinds of rocks are around us?
Define different kind. Are you asking for like how many rocks in general, or are you asking for how different they are from each other?
Kind of both. I want to see if maybe in the time that like we could potentially set up something with them.
Could you roll me perception?
Sure.
There are a variety. Many of them seem crushed sand that pushed large boulders around for a while do exist. There's several smaller kinds that have clearly been around and moved through the sand over time. And anything in between those two are around. I would say there's a number of them within visual range. As stated before, you can see fairly far. It's not difficult. The problem is there's not a lot to see. I'll also remind you, you're all carrying large amounts of supply. And supply, if you want to just say that you brought something extremely helpful, we can mark it off your supply.
So I'm not sure how many of us know how to survive a sandstorm safely.
I think, like, not that Six has done this at all, and this is out of character. I'm saying this, but I don't know that Six has walked through the desert like this at all. But I think like none of us have really had to do this, and Six might have the most awareness over how people do it.
Oh boy, do I actually know what to do, Skern?
History or nature? I will say that the DC is lower for you, but it's not super low because you know why.
I forgot you were still exhausted.
I am still exhausted.
Unfortunately, your head is still thinking about other things, and when even the thought of it is brought up, you never had to travel alone through this. You let other people handle it when you did have to travel through the desert. And especially when it came to sandstorms, you were close enough to a city that you just hid in a building.
That gives me an idea. Can I have an idea based off of that?
Sure.
When the sands came before, we would hide in buildings to get out of the wind. Are those rocks big enough? We could hide behind them. With Leo's magic and some of the supplies that we brought, it should be easy.
It's like out of character, and maybe I, as a player, don't know anything about sheltering. But like, what kind of rocks are we expecting to find that we can shelter behind effectively? Like, is it just sort of like the
So
like a
there are
shield?
like boulders, and that would be the idea of essentially the sandstorm would have to hit the boulder first before it hits you if you're directly behind it.
Gotcha. Okay. I wasn't sure if we were trying to like get under a rock and like.
No, Six's idea, based on the prompt that I was given, is let's hide behind the rocks in the opposite direction of the wind.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not sure sandstorms have a singular direction, but it's the best idea we had so far.
They generally don't, but there's the secondary problem that I'll let you roll nature for Karito.
Nature.
There is one huge fear that you have, and you know that if you want to do this, you're going to have to do some setup and maybe magical setup if you want to be completely safe. It can get strong enough that it causes it to move. You don't want to be directly behind it when that happens. It's not so much that it'd be strong enough to cause the boulder itself to move, but the sand around it, which would cause it to shift.
May just be safer to camp out in the open, and that goes.
It's definitely safer behind a boulder. It's just you need to set up to make sure it doesn't move.
Then I set about doing that. Wink.
And I ask how.
No, it's a mystery even to me.
I will allow you to roll survival, and depending upon your roll is how much supply you end up using.
Oh, Lord.
It's not terrible.
Yeah, could be worse.
That's not a great number.
Jesus.
So it's going to take quite a bit as you watch Karato essentially go through all the packs, set up multiple metal rods just around to make sure the boulder's not going to shift around, testing the sand. But he manages to set up a makeshift shelter around the boulder that should, in theory, protect you.
So, okay, so we're spending 10 supplies.
Yes.
And we've been spending supplies daily.
Correct.
As it is. Okay. Now, is that 10? Like, okay, because we bought enough supplies for every person. So it's not 10 days worth of supplies.
It's
That's
10
like,
supply total,
okay,
not
got
10
it.
days worth.
So it puts us behind
like
about 2 days.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'll do the math and figure that out because I was tracking it by days. Okay,
That's not
better
terrible.
than I was like, we use 1/8.
Yeah,
of our
about a day and a
supplies.
half.
Yeah.
Is
considering-
there? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Are there any boulders that are nearby that Navali could lift over to kind of like help keep some extra like security?
Athletics. Yes. You do that.
Navali does that.
You have essentially created in the next hour several bits of rock and some metal, as well as just tent and canvas, to make a makeshift shelter over that should protect you. Due to the way that the boulders are positioned, you're fairly certain that it won't straight up bury you. Can I assume you just attempt to rest there?
I didn't set it up just to leave.
Right, now we're
Alright,
done.
good.
Onward!
But it would be really funny.
That was a good test of our survival capabilities.
Is Leo planning to also set up the dome?
Uh, I mean, if we're staying in place, it seems like it would be something to do. Yeah. So yes. I imagine because it sounds like we're staying behind one big rock, and then Navali brought up another boulder, and so Leo will just sort of like put the dome between the two, kind of
Completely
like
makes sense
establish
to me.
boundaries.
Between magic, canvas, metal, and rock, you create a honestly very comfortable shelter that's just in time as the wind starts to pick up and almost immediately seems to engulf everything. You all hide within the dome, I assume, to prevent the sand from causing physical damage, as it doesn't take long to notice that it is even starting to scratch the rocks almost immediately. The day is unfortunately basically entirely wasted waiting around. But as night comes, as you relax within the dome, and I will allow you to re up it as much as you want. I mean, there's no reason you can't do that.
I do.
The storm finally starts to die down. There wasn't too much visibility. During the storm, two people roll me perception. Hearing, technically, for one person to immediately jump on that.
Navali volunteers.
Can't imagine why.
I think I'm going to sit this one out. Let someone else take the.
Let someone be the hero. It could be funny. Karuta, while all the sand is buffeting, at some point in the middle of this sandstorm of waiting and hearing the tearing of canvas and the shattering of rock around you, and just hoping that everything's going to be okay, you hear a slightly familiar sound throughout all of this. And that just sounds like echoing screams. When the sandstorm is gone, you don't hear it anymore, but you get the feeling something went by you during this that was screaming the entire way.
Barrington feels very grateful that they both stopped and hid.
It would have been really funny.
I'm not sure funny is the word for it.
Fun for
Terrifying?
me.
Yeah. It's more accurate.
But night has come, and your shelter has been made still technically standing. Even as you investigate as the storm is done, much of the canvas is ruined and torn, and much of the metal has been worn almost immediately through, making it hard to reuse. You're very glad you hid if they could do that to heavier supplies. You can't imagine what it would do to your bodies. So I will ask, because you rested during the day, do you try to travel at night? Or do you just spend the entire day resting?
Well, I would think that traveling at night is just as dangerous as traveling during the day, if not more so, because that's usually when predators come out in deserts.
Yeah. My vote is to stay still.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get an early start.
Very well. Decide your watches.
I want Nabali, if that's okay.
Sure.
Claim your partners, I guess.
You're going to have to ask Perm for that.
They already had that conversation.
Permelia isn't
Well,
into fur.
Supposed to say it 3 ways. uh, I can't do one, but that just means I'll do 2 instead.
I mean, doesn't mean Six and Navali are taking first watch, just that they're together.
Okay, well, I'll take first watch then.
Wow. Big three.
All right, we figured out what 1 and 3 are. Who wants to join Karuto and Leo?
It doesn't matter to Rev. He can go on first watch. That's fine.
There you go. You have successfully figured out watches.
Yeah.
You know the rules by now.
I'm sorry, which one did I end up on? Second?
Third.
Third. Okay.
I suppose I'll say out of character before we go to bed. For consideration purposes, I know the perilous journey rules that we can sort of like create our own shelter to take a real long rest.
Correct.
So I don't know. Leo's doing fine spell wise because he did use arcane recovery, but I'm just flagging that if we have a shelter, we might consider trying to just reinforce it and stay if we want, but if not, it's fine.
I wouldn't be against it. Not that I think that Navali in particular is doing bad, but I'm not going to say no to getting some spell slots back.
Skur.
Also, Idolas would return too.
The only one was used.
Yeah, I think that we're pretty good on supplies, or rather, it seems like we have a lot of resources, but also we made a ton of time and used fewer supplies to come here than we thought we would.
You also know this is just one stop in your journey, though, to point that out, and there's
Yeah.
no way to resupply in an oasis. It's not a town there.
I would still vote to push onward.
Fair enough.
Blaster's fine with it.
Yeah, I'm good.
I know you don't have Sophia, Rev, but you get your spells back. What do you think?
I'm fine with that. Out of character, so we functionally at least get a short rest.
You still get a short rest, yeah.
Can we use some hit dice then?
Yeah.
All right, I just need one.
Nice roll.
Assuming nothing kills us in the night. Oh, say goodbye to your hit dice.
What is that for?
True. It's better to say goodbye to your hit dice than say goodbye to your life.
It's true.
Meh.
Meh.
Life is overrated.
I want hit dice.
First watch, could I have a perception for both of you, which is Karuto and Rev?
And I
Unless
can
you were
Karuto advantage.
combined. There you go. Bonk.
The night is dark, but it's not filled with terror. You notice that it's just simply quiet. Very briefly, your ears twitch as you hear a ominous but far away sound of screaming. But you know what that is. You've seen it before.
Mm-hmm.
It's not nearby. It's far away that at the very least you're pretty sure it doesn't even know you're here. If you have any conversations, feel free, or we'll simply move on to Second Watch, who I am pretty sure is going to have a conversation.
Yeah.
Rev doesn't have anything.
Karuto is going to at least sigh and say, I am worried as to, or should I be more concerned as to when that screaming becomes normal or when I stop hearing it?
I don't know how to answer that.
He gives a rather slightly tired smile. But other than that,
Rev looks a little haggard, almost. Kind of that. It's weird. That sentiment kind of read his mind and might have even surprised him a little bit because it seems like he was maybe getting a little used to the screaming at this point.
Uh,
I would have thought it was more like the goat from the internet video.
Yes, but it's far, far away.
Cool. I'm guessing our shift passes with little event.
Correct. You're good. Shift 2. You wake up as a reminder, unless you explicitly say otherwise. Primelia just wakes up with Navali.
6, do you mind if I roll with advantage?
I don't know if I can provide you advantage.
You cannot, because you're currently exhausted.
Can
Can
Permilia?
Perb.
Sure, that is the entire reason that I mentioned that before.
I will take that.
I'm gonna chase the rabbit.
Sure. Navali.
Mhm.
Your ears twitch as well and can hear vaguely the sound of something screaming in the distance, but again, it seems far away. You also, every now and then, hear the sound of something scratching and moving around in the sand around you, much closer. But again, doesn't seem large. And you know most of the large things are the things you actually have to watch out for. You don't see anything, though. Just hear some scratching in the sand nearby.
Mhm. If Navali doesn't think it's an issue, she won't mention it, but she'll at least keep some ears out for it.
Roll nature, and then I can tell you if it's an issue.
Okay.
It's just some scratching in the sand.
Yeah. She's probably not worried about it. She's probably more worried about that screaming.
Any conversations you'd like to have before we move on to watch 3?
Navali.
Hmm?
When we get to the Oasis, so how do I explain it? When Karito got that magic bottle, he and I used it. And I guess what I want to ask is, you're always jumping in front to defend us, and now you can use magic to protect us too. If something happens to me when we get there, I want to ask you not to protect me.
Is this a Rasahari custom?
No.
Hmm.
I saw in the magic bottle that I need to defend myself. It showed me that I had to do it alone.
Then I will honor this request on one condition.
What's that?
If they go to kill you, I will stop them.
She nods in agreement. That's the same for you too, Permilia.
I don't feel comfortable about this, but could you think of a signal you could give for us to cut in? The signal can be, oh god, he's going to kill me. That's fine.
I'm not embarrassed. If I'm in danger, I'll ask for help. If I go unconscious or if I ask for help, then you can step in. Or if you think you need to. I trust both of you.
I trust your judgments, even if it seems a little risky to me.
I don't know what's going to happen, but the bottle was right about other things. I was standing by myself, and my weapons were out, and I was standing in the flowers, and all of you were outside of the flowers. I couldn't see what I was fighting.
And it showed you that I guess this I'm not sure what the word is. This future will only come about if you are alone in this fight.
I don't know. That's just what it showed me.
Hmm.
But it looked like I had to do something by myself. I saw it as me having to
Wish
defend
that we
myself.
still had that bottle and just ask more questions now.
That's true, but Karito and Tushiyuki's mission is more important.
You're right. I shouldn't think about things like that.
No, it's fine. You're concerned. I'm glad you are. That's not Rasahari custom. It's different. Is that something you were taught in the military, or is that just you?
Concern?
You and Navali both take it a step beyond concern.
I
Thank you.
don't know if I can speak for Parmelia on this one, but at least for me, taking a step beyond concern is less about what I learned from others and more about experiences. If that makes sense.
I just think if I can save someone, I should.
That's also a good way to look at it, I think.
Yeah. We saved those Iridians from that giant baby.
Not that they were grateful.
I thought you were crazy, Vermilia. You ran right in there.
I knew it needed to be distracted. Also, I knew you'd come save me if it ate me.
Yeah, I'm not about to let a giant baby eat you. Like, if you're gonna get eaten by a monster, it's gotta look cooler than a giant baby.
I mean, if it ate me, I meant you'd cut me out, but sure.
Oh, that would be pretty cool. Hey, before we met you, I cut my way out of a monster that swallowed me. It's one of those screaming things off in the desert.
Is
It was
that what
really
that
cool.
is?
It was really
No
cool.
one else seems concerned about the fact we've been hearing screaming for basically a day.
They're like big goats, and one of them, it has like a mouth for a chest, and it swallowed me whole, and I was like, bitch. So I started slashing, and I killed it.
Can confirm, I was there.
I hope
was
we
pretty
never
cool.
meet one.
Me too. They're creepy.
Honestly, I think I will take the screaming goat over the baby, though.
Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely easier. And, like, they're less gross. The baby's just gross. It was pissing everywhere. That's
The baby
nasty.
the baby was probably one of the more disgusting creatures we fought. And, well, we fought a giant frog one time, didn't we? That
Yeah,
thing
it
in
was
the sewers?
poisonous.
I remember that. Was that thing? I can't remember if it was ugly or not.
Oh, it was super ugly. It had these big warts. I hit it so hard that one of the warts popped, and then it was super poisonous.
Everyone's sleeping right next to you.
Oh, sorry. Anyway, I popped one of the warts, and it was poisonous, and it had this, like, poison fog all over all of us. Oh, man, I felt like my insides were on fire. I thought I was going to shit blood. It was so cool.
Right. I'm gonna look forward to trying to sleep thinking about that. Thank you, Six.
Is that your favorite thing that we fought, Six?
No. The possessed Iridian captain.
Oh.
We were precise. We were decisive. We worked as a team. We saved everybody.
That did feel good, actually. I'm glad we were able to save all of them.
She nods. What's yours?
I would say it's a tie between the giant ice snake or whatever that thing we fought in the realm, the Idola realm.
The thing that kept saying die, die, die.
Yeah. Mostly because it kept on saying die, 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 and, well, it died, died, died.
That ice snake was the first thing we ever thought. I remembered. I didn't even know you. And you jumped right into battle, and you made a big noise, and all those kobolds turned their weapons on you. And I thought, this bunny woman is such an idiot, and she's going to die.
I almost did, actually.
Yeah, you did. And then you didn't.
Kind of sort of been story of my life, honestly. But I am now better off jumping off and getting hit just because I'm a little harder to hit now.
Well, I think you've also passed me in being scary, so.
I don't know, I think the three of us are pretty intimidating.
Get Rev in here for backup.
Celeste too. She comes across as more quiet, but she can be very scary. Do you remember that time where we were in the caves and we saw those skeleton creatures, I believe it was? The way that she hissed at them.
Yeah. And then the wall of fire.
Oh, honestly, those walls of fire are kind of beautiful. You know, besides being destructive forces of nature. They are beautiful in a way.
I've never had time to stop and look at one. It's all so loud.
If you ever get a chance, just maybe a brief glance. There's something about them. But I also understand that they're loud. My ears sometimes hurt a little.
Do you ever look up at the sky?
I will admit I don't do that very often.
Amelia just starts looking up when you say this.
I'll trade you. When you come out into the desert and the sky is clear, the night is so vast, it's like it goes on forever.
We can see through the dome.
Navali will look up.
All you see is a mixture of darkness and millions of tiny lights. It seems to... It's like an ocean that's above you. You're not sure what each of those lights mean, and your brain starts making connection after connection of pictures that don't exist. But there's just so many of them. It's very easy to get lost in. So easy, I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, okay. 16.
Don't worry about it.
I rolled Permelia's GM by accident.
I did see that. Don't worry about it. Oh no, only Navali had to roll it.
Oh, sorry.
That is interesting.
Yeah. I don't know what it all means, but it's interesting. You can't see it as easily in the city.
Yeah.
It's not too much different from the countryside, but there's almost no clouds here even.
It's like it goes on forever, and there's something cool about that.
Even in the forest, I can't remember having such a clear view of it. Sometimes the trees would block the sky too much. I do remember seeing little glimpses of those lights, but not as many as here.
It would be a lot more beautiful if there wasn't screaming in the background this entire time.
That does somewhat ruin the mood, admittedly. At least there wasn't screaming in the forest. That I heard of, anyways.
There's a lot of chirping. I'm going to get to
The-
sleep before I think too hard about this.
Is Perm gonna head to bed then?
Yes.
Alright. Navali's gonna wait for Perm to fall asleep.
She sleeps. It doesn't take her too long. It seemed like she was obviously tired and thinking about something else.
Yeah. 6.
Huh.
How are you holding up?
I'm tired.
Yeah?
Yeah. Everyone's looking at me to know what to do. And I just want to go to bed.
Well, you are very good at... What's the word? You're very charismatic, 6. I think a lot of people look to you because they see something in you that's something that they rely on.
No way. I'm nothing like you and Rev.
You shouldn't compare us. I have no tactical knowledge whatsoever, 6. I literally just run in, get myself hit, and hit other people harder, and occasionally hit them with magic. The way that your mind works with these strategies and the encouragement I feel from your speeches, it's something that I think is amazing.
When I was training with Dad, he really hammered home battle strategy. He says if you can win a fight swiftly and effectively, you can strike fear into the hearts of your enemies, and then they're easier to rout. So you have to be careful to take fights. You have to control the battlefield.
Interesting. That does have some sense to it. I think if you can somehow sort of scare your opponent or outwit them, it definitely makes the fight easier. Sometimes I just assume if I just sort of walk up that somebody seeing a giant bunny rabbit in heavy armor might be, enough to spook them, but it isn't always the case.
She
But
nods.
I think you're very talented, 6. And I understand that it's also hard having people look to you, and it's also probably not easy. But you can do it. And we're here for you.
1 second. It's kind of hard, all of you are Karito has been trained for ages and ages, and Liren studied magic for decades, and I don't even know what the deal with Rev is, but he's really good, and he's so powerful. And you and Celastra are so pretty.
Navali blushes a little at that.
It's just hard to feel like I compare.
I'm uncertain if I have said this before. If I have, I apologize. 6, I honestly believe that. What's the word? Navali will put a hand up and put it like right to where her heart is. This is you, but for the team. Heart is what I need. You are the heart of our team. You keep us motivated, and I know it's difficult to always have a smile or a drive to do it, but I truly think that.
Six sobs into her knees.
Navali will put a hand on her shoulder if she is okay with that.
Sure.
I'm always going to be here.
This is like a quiet, ugly cry.
Can Navali roll an insight?
I'll allow it.
She just basically wants to see if she was in the right thinking that Six needed to talk.
I think so.
I was about to say, do you want me to answer this?
Sure, I'm interested to see
Yes.
what your answer is, Kern.
With a 16, I think that's enough to read Six pretty well at this point, especially in her exhausted state. Six looks stressed. Stressed to the point where she's thinking about things that she probably normally doesn't think about. You're seeing a side of Six that you normally don't get to see. Her confidence is just gone. And what's left is someone who is lonely and afraid that she's not worth it.
Navali sort of seeing all this and gathering this on her own just, continues to just sort of like put a hand on her shoulder, and if Six needs more than that, like a hug or anything, Navali is giving the indication that she is, she's ready to hug.
A hand on the shoulder seems the maximum of what she's comfortable with. Similar to what Skern said, it might seem like she isn't comfortable or used to receiving physical affection.
Mm-hmm. And Navali will just, be that there for her as long as Six needs it.
I think that she gets it out, does not talk about it at all, and goes to bed.
Yeah, sounds good. Navali will also offer to do the rest of the watch, if Six wants to go to bed a little bit early too.
Sure, she'll grab some extra sleep.
I'm not going to do anything else beyond this. You're fine, and you can wake up third watch without issue.
Oh boy. Can I give Celastra advantage?
Sure. Excellent.
Perfect.
Your modifier is still better than mine.
Colostra, you are the only one in all three watches not to hear the screaming.
Excellent.
What a quiet,
Love it.
lovely evening.
Yeah.
Leo doesn't have anything to kick off a conversation.
I think Celastra is mostly just tired and wanting a long rest.
The most, like, Leo's probably reviewing his notes on things related to the moon, trying to determine perhaps whether or not the sort of like effects of the moon are timely depending on whether it's sort of like a full moon or a fading moon, things of that nature, if that makes sense. The no the cases that he's observed, if there's sort of like in the back of his mind, it's like interesting to him that thus far people have seemed unaffected, and so he's trying to kind of cross-reference it with notes to see like is there anything about it being a full moon? I don't know if he would let me roll for anything, but
Uh,
he doesn't have a library to help him in this, so it's
yes,
sort of
but you're
like
still like you've took lots of notes, you've had previous research. I'm gonna let you roll either a history or an arcana.
they are both +9. I think based on charting the position of the moon, it's more of a history thing.
So good news is it was a high DC, but you rolled very high.
Right.
You are, after looking through all of these notes and trying to essentially look at past calendars that you remember and trying to figure out based on that about anything that might have to do with the moon, you're starting to come to a realization that some of these happen during the red moon being prominent, meaning that despite the fact it's called the pale moon, it does not need to be showing. So it might not have anything to do with the lunar cycle.
Oh. That seems to change things completely. So there's the pale moon and the blood moon, and they're sort of. So you're okay. So during blood moon months, there have been quote unquote pale moon instances.
Correct.
Oh.
In fact, I can actually have a bit more information as I was looking at my own notes to make sure I wasn't crazy. You know, a couple of times it happened during blood moon months, during which times you knew that there was something wrong with the cases because they still said it was the pale moon, as if they saw what was up there as the pale moon.
Okay, so it's sort of like there's still a tether that whatever visions people had, they were citing the pale moon.
Yes.
Even if it shouldn't have been there.
Correct.
Just to confirm, so it's not that it's always during blood moon, just that it seems to be unrelated to the lunar
It
cycle.
seems unrelated, yes. You know this because as you're looking through your notes, other people have already kind of went through that and noticed some parts that don't make sense if that is true.
I don't know if that reassures Leo or not. So he's just going to close his book and then think about that. But he's keeping it to himself for now, so for Celestro's purposes, it's just like Leo's in the corner studying, probably.
I don't think she would bother you.
Well, morning comes without too much issue. Navali and Karuto, could both of you roll me perception?
Yes.
Sure.
Both of you wake up slightly earlier than everyone else from something that Celestra was not able to hear of the droning screaming is much closer.
Navali will look to Karuto. Should we get everybody ready?
Character size, yes, but possibly quietly. If we can move away without fighting it, that would be the best.
Understand.
In fact, actually, I'm noticing something about that DC. Uh, as you wake up, your ears slightly droned out, and just the constant screaming, just slightly off. You find yourself glancing in that direction. You can physically see it just eating some plants as the sun comes up,
How many feet?
like 200 to 300 feet away.
Let's be extra quiet. How about?
He nods.
Navali will help get people up.
The
And
rest
also
of
mention
you,
to be quiet.
most of you can start to hear it if it is pointed out to you, but a lot of you just start to ignore some of these sounds in the back of your mind. And once pointed out, you can go, oh. And once there's enough light, you can look off and physically see a very large creature pushing sand around and ripping something from the ground. It appears to be plant-like.
Would you like any rolls or anything for us to sneak away?
Just tell me exactly what you're doing. Are you intending just as a group to try and sneak away from it?
Yeah, like break camp as quietly as possible, keep a low profile.
I
It's
mean,
not. It's not. I don't suspect that this is an issue, but just sort of the nature of like we need to leave quickly would have Leo just sort of like making sure that we don't leave anything behind on accident when
Yeah.
our supplies are so stretched.
At the very least, I'm not going to make that happen. There are other things that I could do with a stealth failure. But yeah, I'd allow two of you to roll stealth and figure that out.
Boop.
Makes sense that the rogue would do it. Who else would like to join him?
Even though I have disadvantage, stealth is one of my highest skills.
Did you not get a good night's rest?
It's not a long rest.
It's not a long rest. It's a short rest.
Oh.
I would like to volunteer, unless people think that's a bad idea.
I would not do better than you would.
I was
Yeah,
seeing if I
same.
had anything to help you, but I don't. So
I'm going to do my best.
17's really good. With Karuto's guidance and multiple people keeping an eye on it, you grab all your things in the cover of the dome in your shelter. Get everyone equipped up without too much issue, and wait until it seems to be digging elsewhere and looking away, and just get out of the way. It doesn't seem to notice you.
Hmm.
You continue on your journey. I, as the DM, need to let you all know I'm upset by the roll I made. It is a clear day, and you make progress without anything happening.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I love it when the DM's upset.
You managed to make camp. The day was easy travel. Let's go back to watches almost immediately.
Yay.
Oh boy, I can't wait to roll a 1d3. Oh boy.
Karuto and Leo are first watch. Navali took third. That means 6. You want to just join Navali again, and we can make it easy?
Sure.
Oops. Okay.
Or, no, you already did that. That's fine.
I'll go with Rev.
Cat's in the middle. That's fine.
Cat sandwich.
Karuto and Leo, go ahead.
Take your advantage.
I shall do that very thing. Whoop.
Whoa.
Okay.
Dang.
Karuto,
Yeah.
you find yourself looking at the sky because for a brief moment you notice just very slightly the sound of rushing wind, and you're afraid, is there another storm coming or something to that degree? And then you realize no, but there is a very large bird that has been circling around. It's far away right now, and you don't see it, so to speak, so much as notice that it's like a cloud that blocks stars. But that's not a cloud, that is a living creature that's just big enough that and far enough away that you can't tell the difference without really paying attention. It's definitely circling around the area. You're pretty sure it's not hunting you, but it's in the area.
He'll have to take note of that.
With a 30, I'm also going to add. Uh, could you roll me nature?
Yeah.
Very briefly, you keep an eye on that large creature, and when it gives a little bit closer a pass by, notice that some of its feathers seem to fall down and almost seem to disintegrate into ash. But as the ash touches what appears to be some kind of desert plant, you notice the plant seem to shrivel for a moment. And you're pretty sure it either got a little bit smaller or it's like something weird happened to that plant that doesn't make sense in your brain. Like it seemed to reverse how old the plant was.
Now that is interesting. Karuto being on watch with
Leo,
the resident alchemist, mentions such a strange effect to him. And also mentions that in his homeland there are stories of such birds that die and are reborn.
What do you mean? Or what
Right.
stories?
I mean exactly that. Creatures that are eternal through a cycle of birth and death. Of course, they are merely stories, but one cannot deny the truth in front of their eyes.
Many stories are rooted in truth, even if they aren't uh, literal or factual. Are you? I mean, do the stories from your homeland sort of indicate an origin? Were they within the veil?
Um,
Or were
well,
all
they certainly
stories
did.
within the veil? Sort of. Did you guys have stories from outside the veil?
He nods. We would occasionally have things float down the river. It was rare to find books that were still legible, but there were a few. This was not one of those, though.
What is your? I'm trying to remember. When you left the veil, did you just walk out?
Effectively, yes. There was a small ceremony. I was sent off officially on my mission, but going out is not the problem.
Well, I haven't really found the right time to speak about it, but it doesn't add up with something that I had read about. There's sort of the indication of there's almost like an island shrouded in mists. And so I guess maybe it's not the Veil if you didn't leave on a boat, but it's sort of unclear.
No, the veil was most definitely landlocked.
And yet that's still and yet I'm still not sure. The people who went into this into these mists, they would become trying to think of the word out of character. They would become lost, and when they almost like they were rejected by whatever was within it, and then they would appear somewhere else entirely. They would go in on a boat and then end up walking out somewhere else.
Does sound very similar indeed, but
I mean, is
we
there?
have.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say we have seen a great many different things in our travels. It is entirely possible that someone else has come up with a similar magic.
But I just making sure I understand. So does that suggest that the veil borders another continent or another country if you can just walk out of it? Or could it be that the mists are a form of like teleportation?
Well, the things that came down the river, I mentioned them before. They were fairly consistent in what they
No, they
were.
weren't.
Kaito frowns in thought. It's a little hard to remember. It's been so long, but the trouble I have, Leorin, is that I have no clue where the veil might even be. It is part of its enchantment that when you leave, or if you get close, you just forget. I know it exists, I remember it, I can see it in my head, but I couldn't even begin to tell you where I'd need to go.
Skern, did I see it on the boat leaving?
Nope.
Okay. Okay.
Just read about it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's a similar magic or not, but and if it's a valid lead in that sense, but what I read about is somewhere that I could point to on a map. So,
Well, once Tushiyuki and I have figured out a way to save the veil, I'm sure your input will be valuable in helping us locate it once more. Thank you, Leorin.
Leo nods, but also, and sort of pivoting back to the Phoenix conversation, or the bird with feathers. Do you see, relying on your eyes because mine aren't as good? Are there a lot of feathers falling, or just a couple?
It's very rare. Like, the fact that you rolled so high in reception is the only reason you caught it all.
Like Leo's considering, like, would it be valuable to try to not to catch one with your actual hands, but for him to like send his bird to try to catch one midair and study it.
Character shrugs. I can't see any harm in doing so.
Well, if you could help me in that respect.
He nods and points towards where he lost the bird.
So kind of what I'm trying to do between Karuto's eyes and Leo's control over his familiar. He is trying to. Well, the familiar doesn't actually have dark vision.
There's still ways that it can travel at night. Like,
yeah.
It's not completely dark. It's not blind. You're not in a cave.
And he's willing to also drop a locate object to see if he can, like, through, like, using the bird's vision and sort of controlling the bird through the bird's eyes, but using his concentration on his spell to kind of like hone in.
With a locate
on it.
object, I will absolutely allow with all these other rolls just to allow it to happen.
Okay. Yeah, so Leo will cast locate object and try to have the bird intercept a feather sometime during the watch.
So during the watch, Karuto, you spot a feather seeming to start to fall, and before it disintegrates to ash, you cast locate object, shift into your bird, and fly towards it. I'm going to need a couple of rolls really quickly. First, despite it not saying stealth, I'm going to need a stealth roll.
From the bird?
From the bird. Almost immediately, you can sense as a bird glances upwards, the large bird seems to spot and starts swooping down. I'm going to assume you still try to grab the feather.
I'm trying to. Have we at any point during this long amount of time had any indication that the bird knows that we're here?
No.
Okay, so I think Leo's already saying goodbye to this bird. The bird's going to get the feather, but not bring it back.
Sure.
At this point, he wants to see if the bird disintegrates by or turns into an egg after touching this feather.
The moment that its claws touch the feather, I do need it to roll a charisma saving throw.
Oh,
Nope,
boy,
wisdom. Sorry.
Oh, it's significantly better then.
How much HP does the bird have?
Big old one.
The moment it touches the feather, you feel a sensation through your entire body that is completely alien to you. It feels as if you're being torn apart from every direction, and you try to figure out what's happening by looking towards your wing, and you see it glittering into a golden dust. And within seconds, your mind goes back to your own eyes as it's clear that your creature is very dead.
Leo looks up in shock, but then stares at the sky, hoping that the party's cover hasn't been blown.
You look at the sky and can't really see anything. Karuto, you kind of watch it swoop downward, seemingly unable to find anything, and start going back into its flying around in circles. Doesn't seem to notice the dome. The party, even if there's no dome.
Uh, Well, I assume you saw all that.
I saw
Karuto,
something.
because you're not in the bird's eyes, what you saw was the moment that it grabbed that feather, it sparkled into golden dust.
Leo's sort of like, he knows that, as far as he knows, the magic doesn't transfer from the familiar to the caster, but nonetheless, it's sort of like you come out of a dream that your arm got crushed and you look at your arm. He's just like, is like my wing disintegrated, so he's sort of looking at his arm to make sure he's okay. Well, I suppose I will need a new familiar at some point. But thank you for indulging me.
He nods. Did you see the bird closer?
The big one?
He nods.
Unfortunately, my familiar can't really see in the dark, so it was sort of
It's just a
didn't get
giant
details.
shadow.
Yeah. But now that now that my cardinal's dead, I suppose next time I could create or bring forth something that can see in the dark. I'll have to think on that.
It might be wise.
And Leo considers what familiars have dark vision.
Bats.
But otherwise, I don't have anything to do on watch as he does that.
Kaito just keeps a casual eye out for it. For the rest of the watch.
It seems to circle around, but doesn't seem to have any indication it's hunting you. It seems to just be hunting anything that's moving, and you're not moving. I assume you inform the next group because it's still around when you switch watches.
Oh, that's right. We were first watch. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cats, perceptions.
You want advantage 6?
What is your perception?
5.
Mine is also 5. I
6
can't.
would not have advantage. You'd be giving her a straight roll.
Yeah, you'd be giving me a straight roll. I have to roll at disadvantage and can't assist you, so we should just both roll.
Okay.
Even after being pointed out, you can't see anything in the sky, and the eerie silence is a bit distracting. You're not completely sure what's going on, but you get the feeling that you're just distracted.
Me couldn't be.
Any conversations the cats would like to have?
Yes. 6 looks exhausted. She offers, by means of conversation, that thing you did when we were fighting the lions, the big ray of light. I've never seen you do that before.
Well, it's the first time I've felt like I could do it, I suppose.
What do you mean?
It's hard to explain. I felt like I had maybe an inkling, but until that moment, I've never had the capacity to know how, if that makes sense.
I think so. If one of those monsters comes and picks a fight with us, will you do it again?
I don't think I will be able to for a little while.
What do you mean?
But
Don't you get your magic back pretty often?
that wasn't my magic. That was Sophia's power.
Oh. Does she not get her powers back when she does an Eidolon rest?
I don't know. Maybe. I think there's some kind of cycle to it. Or maybe it's just when I'm not sure.
Wait, so you can't do it again?
I mean, mm, I remember how. I don't know that I could. I don't know where that power came from, and I don't know that I could do it again right away.
Six looks like she's thinking, and ultimately there is a look of understanding. She takes a breath, sort of to steady herself. You put me in charge of our group's tactics, right?
Well, yeah, you're the most tactically minded of us. It seemed to make sense. Why?
That was a very powerful ability, and I can't claim to know the nature of how Sophia works or if her powers come and go. But if it was a choice, that fight was already won.
What are you saying?
I'm saying I don't think it was a good time to use it if it's truly that powerful.
I see. I think tactically you're probably correct.
Rev?
Hmm.
She thinks about what she wants to say. I don't know if this is what you were thinking, or if it's what you feel. You don't have to impress me. I'm already impressed. So are all of them.
I think I fired that thing to show off.
I think you did too. You don't have to do that anymore with us. I've already seen what you're capable of. You can smash giant monsters into the ground with power all your own. She
Six.
smiles.
How many fights have we thought we were ready to close out, and an enemy got a lucky stroke in? Or something disadvantageous happened?
It's happened, to be fair. I can think of the fight where she sort of gestures to her chest, for one.
I agree that it may not have been tactically advantageous, but the only thing on my mind in that moment was to finish the fight.
She looks at Rev, leans back a little. It's like she's sizing Rev up. I'm not going to roll insight. She just believes you. She nods. I understand.
Rev looks kind of tense, like he is just trying to get a read. Like he's trying to get a read on Six right now. He feels like he's being tested, is almost how he looks, but he's not really sure how to take this.
While you're trying to get a read on Six, I need both you roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Are we close to Navali?
She's sleeping right next to you. You're all in a dome.
15.
While you're discussing this, neither of you are really paying too much attention to the outside, and then you hear a popping sound. And for a second, you're not completely sure, and then the dome itself seems to shake. And both of you manage to not fall out of the dome as you glance outside and see what appears to be little pockets of sand suddenly exploding. It looks as if dozens of. You've seen fireballs. It seems like dozens of them all exploded around you suddenly at once. Neither of you can quite figure out what was happening until you kind of look up and see this dark shadow and little bits of ash falling from it. You're not sure what it was doing until you see it swoop down and grab what appears to be some kind of creature that was slain by these little explosions that happened everywhere and swoop back up.
I think Rev is just frozen and watching it. Does
Same.
it seem like it's going away when it goes back up?
Nope.
Oh, fuck. We'll talk later. We get everybody up.
You know, it's,
I start getting everybody up quietly. Like shaking people awake and then holding a finger to their mouth, like, don't talk.
It's not hard to wake people up. With the sudden massive explosions that happened all around, most of you are probably starting to be forced to wake already.
Uh, does it have a familiar silhouette to the big thing in the sky?
Yes, and as like the rest of you start to wake up, you notice that there are, all of you have dark vision. There are several just huge mounds of sand that look scattered about as if someone dug huge holes in seconds.
Like we just got carpet bombed.
Like you just got carpet bombed.
Oh
Like
my
the
God.
equivalent of 8 fireballs fell all around you.
Well then. But there's nothing else happening, right?
It's quiet again, and when you look up, you can see the figure, the giant shadow creature, is still about. Uh, Only Rev and Six got to actually see it grab something, but it's still up there.
Hmm. Does it seem to be focused on like our area specifically, or is it like still just searching?
Nature or insight?
I'm gonna do insight.
The creature seems intelligent. It definitely seems to be hunting, but also noticed something curious and seems to be testing the thing that piqued its curiosity.
Are we that thing?
Probably.
Hmm.
I have a plan. We
Go on.
get our armor down, get our armor on, huddle in as close as possible, try to wait it out. It can't get us while we're in here, but Rev and I almost fell out. I'm speaking very quietly, like in a whisper, but louder
Sure.
so that you can hear me on my microphone.
Stage whisper, it's completely understandable.
Yeah.
Character nods. It is intelligent, but that also means it may find that there is nothing to be gained here and leave us be.
That's what I'm hoping for. If we go out and fight it, then it might be attracted to us, or like if we go out to look for it. We watched it pick a creature up. It wasn't coming after us.
A good plan to me. Plus combat might attract other things.
He nods. So we prepare, but we wait.
She nods.
Leo does want to look outside the dome from the inside, just to understand the radius of the carpet bombing in case we ever do have to fight it. He's just trying to ballpark.
Give me an Arcana for the ballpark. It looked like 8 separate drops of 30 feet radius explosions.
Do they overlap significantly? Oh, okay. So it's probably just difficult to avoid in general. Okay, I mean, Leo's putting on his armor, and then he's going to, given that this is second watch, and that we will
Actually,
eventually...
with a 22, I'm willing to give a bit of extra information. You notice, as you're looking, while it would be hard to avoid in that sense of it seemed to be kind of everywhere, about 40 feet out, it's completely untouched. Like a line of these explosions.
Oh, so it's not like a grid, it's like a...
Like a flyby.
Okay, got it, okay. For some reason, I was thinking like a 4x4 grid of explosions or something, but... Yeah, but Leo will... I think Leo would point that out, sort of just because it caught his curiosity, but then he would immediately go to re-upping the dome just to keep it steady over the night.
So you all kind of huddle together in the dome even closer than before. Would someone like to, just one of you, choose which one? I'm gonna guess it's Karato or Navali. Roll me perception.
Arto, why don't you go ahead and do it?
Okay.
You stay close together, awake, armored, armed, kind of keeping an eye out, prepared just in case before you intend to get some more sleep. Seeing what it's going to do, and you definitely notice it's circling around as if it figured out something, seemed completely undamaged by what it did, and is testing it. Every now and then you notice some ash fall upon the dome, and nothing seemed to happen to the dome when this happens. And then, about an hour goes by, the weirdest things happen. You blink for a split second, Karato, and it just vanishes. It seems to just fade out of existence.
The bird?
The bird.
Not sure I like that. Dislike option. It's gone.
Just like that?
He gestures at the night sky. I didn't lose track. It disappeared.
Skern.
What's up?
We've fought creatures that can turn invisible before, right?
You fought creatures that are permanently invisible before, so yes.
What if you said it's hard to see those... Nabali, we were just talking about the Death Eidolon, the creature. there were monsters there that could turn invisible. Do you think this is one of them? It could still be nearby.
It could possibly be. It unfortunately I don't know if we do we have anything that could track down an invisible creature?
Leo's considering just overhearing this conversation, but also I'm curious, similar to how I kind of just did I think Arcana check to learn about the Bahir. Is anything straight ringing a bell in Leo's story mind about big creatures?
So I'll allow a history, but it's a very high DC because this is different still.
Yeah, fair.
It's high
Probably higher
enough
than that.
that you minimum understand that this you've probably heard of phoenixes before and some things are similar, but there's things that definitely seem off. At the very least, the explosion radius is not usual. uh, there also didn't seem to be any fire. You're almost positive of that because when your bird was going to investigate, it couldn't see it. So this thing is definitely not the same as the thing of legends that you've heard of. So it could do a lot of weird things because of that.
Mm-hmm. I can look into if it's still nearby. Or we can trust in the dome. I don't know. Leo's just gonna cast Locate Creature. And to the best of his awareness, think about the silhouette in the sky.
Could you roll me nature just to see if you get like an accurate enough description? You don't sense anything.
Oh, I'm reading the description of Locate Creature, and technically I would have to have seen it up close at least once. But regardless, maybe we're fine.
Six nods, sort of affirming. If you can't locate it with your magic, then it truly must have gone away. It worked on things we couldn't see before.
Sorry, one other thing. Leo will, well, he wants people to get to sleep, and we've already been waiting for an hour at this point. So he's as a first level spell, or is it damn it. Yeah, Leo's burning some spell slots tonight, but he will regular cast Crow's Spirit Tracking, which is sort of tells you if something has moved within the ethereal, moved to an ethereal plane in this location, with that I would know their exact location as long as they're 1,000 feet of casting the spell.
I am happy to inform you that it did not.
And I've done everything I can. I think it's gone.
Yeah.
What's up?
I know it's not long enough for a long rest for most people, But since character took first watch, would it be okay if him take the last watch and not have to take exhaustion, or would
He
you
would
cancel
definitely
it
take
out?
exhaustion if he took last watch as well.
Okay.
That being said, you feel unconfident, but you could still try and get the last of your long rest and have third watch go on.
I think that's a good idea. What do you say?
Character seems happy about it, but he nods.
Theo starts taking his armor off again.
Well, third watch.
Celestra is not back yet. But I don't really think we have any conversations. So could
You
I
could
just
roll perception
roll?
with advantage. I'll allow it.
Okay. Big old 15.
Navali,
Yeah.
you definitely hear movement out there. You can hear the sound of scratching underneath the sand, and very lightly, in the middle of the night, you see some of the sand around you just kind of shift and jar. There's definitely just stuff underneath you that's moving.
Navali will look to Perm.
She looks uncomfortable when you point this out. I'm gonna have her roll nature check, just for the sake of it. Hey, 6! Controller sheet. Nature's intelligence.
Perm is a god. It's not
Why?
that high, but
Again, you GM rolled that, by the way, so.
oh fuck.
I see it, though. I can see it.
It was a decent roll.
It was decent. She kind of looks out. Well, they're small. It's not shaking the dome, so maybe we let people sleep until we figure it out when there's light.
I think that would be best, but let's keep an eye on it just in case it decides to come in. Navali will at least take her sword out and just stare down, ready to strike if something, uh, you know.
I will never get used to the fact you can easily see outside this thing. Okay.
We've been in the dome a lot, so
She's more referencing the fact you have dark vision.
oh. Yes. I can understand that. So yeah, Navali is watching that area like a hawk.
I would like you to roll me nature. Sand is shifting, you can't see what's underneath it, and it freaks you out, and you are glued to this the entire time.
Now that I have Celestra back, could I point it out to Celestra to take a look?
Sure. Celestra, just for a quick brief while you were in the bathroom, Navali took Celostra's perception, used it as advantage, and everything around you seems to be shifting very slightly, as if creatures are definitely underneath the area around you.
Do these seem like the same kind of shifting that was happening with the lions?
No.
Okay. And the flying thing disappeared still?
Completely gone.
Okay. I am not sure what to do about that.
You are safe in a dome.
It seems like it is digging its way in here. I'm keeping an eye on it, but I would suggest given that we don't want to attract any, unwanted attention. We're just keeping an eye on it for now.
Okay.
So it sounds like you just keep an eye on it, but stay in the dome.
Yeah.
Morning comes without anything else happening.
Yay.
As you wake up everyone else, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break to let everyone else go to the bathroom if necessary. It's been 2 hours.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Hooray.
You awaken, the light is out, no one is dead or having further issues, though many of you can see Navali staring at the sand with determined eyes as if convinced something is going to come out. As you follow her gaze, you do notice that the sand is shifting, and with light coming out, you can all get a much better, clearer view of what appears to be claws ripping out from underneath the sand. And it's less burrowing and seeming trying to get out.
How big?
It's, about the size of a small dog.
So basically, it can't get through the flat floor of the dome. is
No,
what
it's
you're-
outside the dome. It's
Oh,
just
okay.
there's a lot of sand.
Oh, gotcha.
I kind of want to get the thing out of the sand.
Character draws his bow and knocks an arrow, but stands back and doesn't stop being oh, it's a bad idea.
I'm a cat and I'm curious. Does anyone attempt to stop me from helping the creature dig out?
Maybe we shouldn't.
Yeah. But Rev, it's small.
I mean, we've seen some very strange and dangerous things here. I don't know that they are limited based on size. Do you really want to find out what it is?
I mean, yeah, I do. But
Do
I
you think
also
it?
don't want to get into a fight.
I have Unseen Servant. My little ethereal helper thing.
I will point out that even trying to get a magical effect out of the dome just won't work. You will have to
Oh.
get out of the dome to do it.
Right. Just kidding.
Navala, you can hear this conversation behind you as you're just staring at these little claws trying to get out of the sand.
I know. She's still like she doesn't have to get her armor on. She's still just watching it.
I just realized Third Watch was all the heavy armor people.
Yes.
You're able to leave much earlier than normal.
Yep. Well, except for Perm, but
She was awake with you.
Oh, that's fair.
Sorry, just curious, and it's more for. Sorry if I fucked up, but regarding this, the spells and other magical effects can't extend through the dome or be cast through it. Does that mean that the first part? Does that mean I wouldn't have been able to do like locate object and locate creature through the dome?
Probably not, actually. We're going to say it worked this time,
Okay, yeah, that's
but
what
in the future, no.
Okay, I will make a note of that. But I would say, but having my familiar, using my familiar,
Your familiar is
eyesight
fine. That's
Okay.
no issues.
Okay, makes sense.
Continues to dig. You can all kind of hear it. What would the party like to do?
The six look like she still wants to do this, like uncover it or whatever.
She looks like she does, but she's also willing to accept if others think it's a bad idea. It's one of those things of like, yeah, she wants to, but she's listening.
Is Rev able to gauge how big of a deal it is to her to be able to like sate her curiosity?
She's a cat.
Like-
If you take her away from it in 10 minutes, she'll forget about it.
I think Rev's just gonna stand firm then and just wait till we're ready to go.
It doesn't take long. The only people who, like, you still have armor to put on, but the people who take the longest are already ready to leave whenever you'd like. I will mention it seems to be struggling so hard.
It's like one of those like love to poke the beehive all the time, but also it's probably a bad idea.
It's probably a bad idea. Oh god, but I want to.
What if it's like a friendly person?
Yeah, what if it is a friendly person?
You're just a friendly desert person
What
burrowing
if it's
around.
Finkel the Hydra, but a baby?
Yeah,
You know,
Skirn's gonna
because
rip.
everything we've met out here has been extremely friendly.
Yeah, Skirn has a bond reward NPC that he's just going to tear up right after the game.
Just apologize to the person who spent it. Absolutely.
Shall we leave?
Yep.
That is.
Oh my god. As you're leaving, you see Six, especially. I'm going to say Six because you're probably the one who looks back as if just curious.
5 billion%.
Its clawed hand finally gets enough ground that it's able to pull half of itself up. You see a strange looking creature that seems to have both a beak and a mouth simultaneously. Scales and feathers seem to be ripping it out of its body. And ripping is the right term. They do not seem as if they're supposed to be there. And it's just climbing out. Its clawed hand seems like a mixture of talons and reptile claws. It is a weird mixture.
Character has already leveled an arrow at it.
Out of character, I think I know what this is. In character, I have no fucking idea.
In character, I have a vague idea what this might be. In fact, Skern,
What's up?
what role do you want for me to put two and two together?
Nature.
Okay.
You've heard legends of the phoenix before. If this is some kind of phoenix creature, it's probably its reincarnated or baby. It's real gross, though.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
When I said two and two together, by the way, I meant like, is this a creature from last night?
Sort of.
Sort of.
Before you completely leave the campsite, I would like 2 people rolling perception.
Gosh, I wonder who that's going to be.
Yeah.
You can switch it up
Wonder.
if you want to. It could be funny.
Nah, I think I still want to do it.
Oof.
Kato and Navali, as you start walking away, you notice that there are, every now and then, lots of bits of shifting in the sand. Like dozens of little claws are trying to get out right now.
Oh,
There
we're
wasn't
leaving.
one of those.
We're leaving.
Yep. Out. Time to get out.
They don't seem openly hostile at the moment, though, so leaving was not difficult.
Thanks, I hate it.
Is this not that Leo is necessarily looking, but is it along the lines of the carpet bombing that all these are popping
Yes.
up? Okay.
You travel, you get far away, especially as some of you mentioned that there was a lot of them. After about an hour, the fresh air seems to be a little bit stuffy to some of you. I would like 2 of you to roll me a interesting wisdom saving throw.
Navali has a +5.
I have a
Also has plus
+7.
5.
I would say Celestra should be one of them.
Okay.
I'm also going to make sure I stand next to the 2 people who
You
are
are
doing it.
traveling close enough together that it automatically will count. Don't worry.
Do you want to go ahead and do it, Rev?
Sure.
Something in the air dulls your senses for a moment, but both of you manage to shake your heads out of it and continue forward without any real issues for the entire day. You are fairly certain that tomorrow, barring another sandstorm, you will make it to the Oasis of Flowers. So one more watch before you do so, please.
Let's do it.
So Naval and Leo on watch 2.
I mean, if I may be simple, do you want the cats to take watch 1?
I'm fine with that.
Sure.
There you go. Watch 1 go. Any conversation you'd like to have? Don't worry about my laughter there.
Nothing comes to mind for 6. Anything for Rev?
Completely fine. 6, as you know, it's a little hard for you to pay attention, but especially after the past few days, you're still forcing yourself to do so. And Rev is helping in this regard simply because he clearly wants to prove himself after your last conversation. But there's no sound at all. There's nothing around you. It is completely dark. Every now and then you feel a light, cold breeze that seems impossible. You're in a dome, but you get the feeling it's not necessarily the actual wind, but just the sheer silence creates this feeling that cold should be there. It's disconcerting because nothing should be this quiet. But you've been in the desert for a few days and know that that means literally nothing is around you.
What is Rev doing?
Rev is mostly fixated on keeping an eye outside the dome. I do think every once in a while he is just kind of glancing at the side just over at 6. Not like he's like uncomfortable and not like he's trying to like prompt a conversation, but more like he's just thinking.
With this intense silence and the empty sky, I am going to take Navali's words to heart and try to introspect.
Wisdom saving throw.
Nope.
6. Constitution saving throw.
27?
It's a good thing that's 27. You are not going to take another point of exhaustion as you think about everything that could go wrong, about how you're pretty sure you shouldn't even be here, about even when you're going to meet people, you have no idea what's going to happen. You had no plans for any of this. And with all the dangers and you having no plans, why are you even here? Why are you still pushing forward?
6 is just going to be quiet for the rest of watch.
Does any of that show after she has this weird realization?
I'm gonna roll deception.
That'd be against insight?
Correct.
Sounds about right.
I mean, 6 is 6. Rev, you're probably still a little annoyed about being called out about using your laser. Let's be honest. It was a day ago.
With that in mind, then he won't bother her, but he's still thinking.
She's simply very focused, as we were in danger yesterday.
That makes sense.
Last time you had a conversation, you got carpet bombed, so. Watch number 2.
Wow, take advantage.
Okay.
Navali,
hmm
the silence actually feels comforting at this point after the past few days.
Navali is strangely comforted.
Any conversations you two would like to have?
I don't think so.
You're not even awake yet,
It's
Celestra.
not Celestra.
Oh, sorry. I misheard.
Guys, like, go back to sleep, Celestra.
Well,
it's the voice of her god asking if you'd like to have any conversations and
I thought gods didn't talk.
oh shit, then what is it then?
Listen, some gods always talk. Continue.
Leo,
Hmm.
how are you holding up? Are you doing all right?
He sort of looks at Vali and looks at Permilia, who I assume is here.
Yep, she's just off to the side, but she is awake.
Do we have like campfires? Can she like see within the I don't know, the dome is pretty tight.
So, to be clear once again, it's not pitch black.
Yeah.
There's
twilight.
stars and moons.
Okay.
Like, she can see, just not nearly as well as the rest of you.
Okay. Sorry, it was unrelated, but he sort of Leo's acknowledging the room. I mean, everybody seems safe so far.
Yes.
I suppose I'm as all right as anybody could be. Which I mean, I'm assuming I'm not the only one who's just generally unnerved.
I believe you are correct in that thinking. I just wanted to check up and make sure you were doing okay too.
And how are you doing?
Same as you, I'd suppose. As best as I could.
Parmelia?
I promised Six I would be here, and I'm keeping that in mind, but it's hard to sleep here even.
What do you mean? I mean, I know, I think I might know what you mean, but is there anything in particular on your mind?
Well, when it's quiet, it's too quiet, and when it's noisy, it's too noisy. There's never an in between. And every time that I go to sleep, I wonder, what monster am I going to wake up to?
There are a lot of strange creatures in this place, for sure.
I feel I can't speak for you in this case, Navali, but Parmelia echoes a lot of how I feel. It's like you are so you and the others. I'm sorry. Leo's sort of fumbling and says, "Parmelia, I'm not saying this towards you, but if I feel like both Parmelia and I, or at least myself, I feel pretty risk aversive, and the thought of sleeping in dangerous territory is it's harder to overcome than perhaps pointing towards Navali than those who are more familiar with battle and jumping into combat and bravery that it sort of takes. Again, not saying you're not brave, Familia. I'm sorry.
No, I think I understand what you're
It's more meant a compliment to Navali. Like, you just, when you find these monsters, it doesn't seem to shake you. But like all these things that we're walking into, and like I'm here because looks sort of down towards Six in particular, but everybody else as well. I'm here because we have work to do, but I miss home.
I admit that I too miss home. I miss Mira a lot as well. She is very comforting to have. But everyone is here, and it makes things just a little easier. But I I will admit it's a little strange to hear. I guess what you spoke of as a compliment. Um, Admittedly, I'm more used to this kind of environment. Not, I would think, based off my willingness to run into battle and get hit, but more of it sort of was my life for a very long time.
Oh,
I am used to, well, I was used to sort of being on my own and more or less wondering if I was going to be found out in the middle of the night. So, in a way, it's a little easier, but at the same time, I've gotten used to being around people so much that I'm worried that I've started to lose that sort of normalcy, as strange as that might sound.
I think I understand, and I'm sorry if I made light of well, what was sort of meant as a compliment. I forgot. I didn't I didn't think about how perhaps you've been used to danger and sort of that comes with its own uh,
I'm not
anxieties.
I'm not offended, Leo. It's all right. It's well, sometimes well, I do get scared. Probably a lot more than most people think, but
Is that why you keep jumping in front of us?
yes, very much so. I know all of you can handle yourself, but well, I prefer to be the one getting hit than having others, get hurt because I couldn't be there.
You know I'd prefer you didn't do that, but I know I can't stop you.
Just as I know I can't stop you from doing the same.
I'm certain that I've heard stories of people doing that as a means of facing their fears too, not just sort of being selfless and sort of serving those around you, but the way to um, conquer your fears is to sort of uh, experience them again and again, to practice, uh, to learn how to overcome them. And so every time you charge into battle, I hope it gets a little easier in that respect.
It does. Um, I I actually have somewhat of a trick that my mother taught me, and it sort of helps me brave the fight, so to speak. She, let's see. And Nivali kind of sort of like looks up, maybe he's looking up at the stars. She told me very long time ago, probably when I was no older than 7 or 8. I remember we were sitting in a field, similarly like this. Well, not, sand, but like in the forest. And it was surrounded by flowers, and it was a nice day. I know I say that while it's nighttime, but I don't know.
Navali,
Yes.
wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy. 19.
Don't worry about it.
She talked to me about fear and what it means to be afraid, and how she had a trick, so to speak, about how to overcome it. And she said that she took a deep breath and she thought back to those she cared about, and that everything she could lose if she didn't step in. And she remembered the people that she cared about and the reason that she fought for them or fought for herself. And then she'd jump in. I tried to live my life like that.
Hmm. I feel like there's, as somebody whose mother also told me a great many stories, I feel like there's so much more I want to know about yours.
She sounds like a brave woman.
She was probably the bravest woman I have ever met. And she did share many stories with me. Some of them were probably far more graphic than you should tell a child, but I could share them sometime if I could remember some of them. Sometimes I just sort of remember her coming home covered in blood, but she had a giant smile on her face.
Hmm.
It used to freak my father out so much. It was kind of funny, actually.
I hmm, I might have some. Sometimes I feel so um, so silly throwing my magic around as if I have a miracle solution for everything, and it doesn't work half the time. But just something that occurs to me is that I forget if I've talked to you about it specifically, but I worked on a spell and I borrowed some components from Crow. Uh, a spell that it sort of pulls pulls legends out of the cosmos. Sort of, it's a way to sort of gain information about um, legendary acts or legendary items or objects, and I sort of intended to use it someday to learn more about eidolons, but well, there would be nothing stopping me from using it to learn about your mother and maybe fill in some of those gaps for you. And maybe I would pick up something about a particular heroic deed uh, or something else.
Uh, I'd say that Navali's a little surprised to hear that. But it's not a like a bad look of surprise. It's like genuine, like, huh.
Like magic can do that.
Yeah, I know that magic is it can be many different levels and crazy things that it can do. But I didn't think it could, as you say, find legends. That's
I don't know the
pretty
limits of
interesting.
it. I don't know the limits of it, and it's not inexpensive to cast. So I've been waiting till I have a little bit more of a nest egg to fund such a thing, but everything I hear about your mother is that you had a bit of a legendary importance about her, and Leo's just sort of like in his mind, he's not pulling out his book, but in his mind, he's sort of like flipping through the sigils in his spell book, and sort of like, yeah, I think I could.
I I would say I I like the idea. I do. But I don't want to feel like you must do it. I think perhaps finding about the Idola would be better, but if we do have some extra resources, it might be interesting. There are some stories that I vaguely remember from my mother, and I guess I would be interested to find out if they were true. I also do remember uh, Scarlett saying something about how he actually remembered my mother's name, and I guess I got the impression that she left an impact on him. So that must count for something.
I imagine there's a lot that 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 we don't know. That one of the reasons I worked on this spell was in the hopes to help us in our work, but I think between perhaps Eidolons, perhaps your mother, sort of like sadly looks at Permilia, uncertain if he should say anything. Uh, Perhaps the five, or perhaps other things. There might be some answers that we could find.
How much money do you need?
What I need is incense in the form of about 250 gold worth of it, which would either be a lot of incense or some very, very special incense.
You can see her kind of look over to Navali. Do you think we might want to talk about maybe saving up because this could be useful? I kind of want to know about Diaphora.
Yes. I think that would be a good idea. Maybe we can set aside a sort of fund for it. Of course, I imagine this is something we'll be thinking about in the future rather than currently.
Yes, I don't know what
No,
the.
how?
I don't know if the City of Winds has an incense market, perhaps. But yes, Leo will pull out the ivory strips that he got from Crow and just sort of says, "Just, I don't plan on dying out here, but if something happens to me, bring these. These belong to Crow, and she might be able to do it. Just in case."
I understand. And Navali will at least take a good look at the little feathers or iron.
Pieces of ivory, yeah.
Ivory, yes, pieces of ivory. If you are ever interested in them, Leo, I wouldn't mind sharing some stories of my mother, if you'd find them interesting.
Of course. I mean, my
You like a good story.
Yes, listening to my mother's stories was what led me to discover my own magic. That is perhaps a story of its own for another night, but a lot of the spells I cast are based on her writings. Not that I would use your stories as a means of magic research, but just it's core to me to sort of explore those relationships.
Then perhaps we do a trade. I share a story of my mother, and you share me one of yours.
Of course. I'm happy to.
Another night, then.
Wish I could help, but I hated my mother.
You can write a story about her that puts her in a funny position.
Oh, I might do that.
Yeah, stories don't have to be true. I would just caution you against telling the story to people who, if you would ever think that a bad story would reach her eventually, I would not write it down.
Maybe next watch we can talk about how your lovely mothers, they sound really nice.
We've had a very long watch, so Leo's happy to just have small talk and close.
Yes.
So anyway, congratulations on nothing happening during this watch. It's lost turn Karuto. Do you two also want to do a conversation, or would you like to just roll perception?
I would just let roll perception unless let's try something she wants to chat about.
Works for me.
Thumbs up.
Take advantage.
I'll roll again just for funsies.
I mean, you rolled a nat 20, but go ahead.
Hey, roll 17 to that one.
You're correct. That is a 17. Karuto. It's dead silent. All three events during the night were just nothing. You're good.
Nice and peaceful, just how I like it.
All of you awaken knowing that in about half a day you will reach the Oasis of Flowers so long as nothing interrupts you.
And then something interrupts us.
Well, perhaps
Yes.
perhaps while we're having breakfast rations, then Leo would bring it up again, sort of like not knowing. I don't really know what is in the Oasis. Should we rest and recover fully before we go in? Or would that be the place to rest and recover?
Rasuin says it's a safe place.
Leo looks immediately relieved.
So, rather than telling you what this roll is, I would like you to select 2 people, and then it will tell you what the roll is.
Like
Leo-
roll a d20.
No, just select 2 people from the party, and I will tell you what to roll afterwards.
I'm going to volunteer Karito because he has generally good skills.
Sure.
Leo
If no one
hasn't
has a problem.
rolled anything during the day in a long time, if nobody objects.
Leo, Karuto, I need both of you to roll me survival.
Nice.
Oh boy.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh.
There is something foul in the air as you smell deeply into it. Normally, the smell of sand is a bit. It burns a little bit and has a little bit of a coarseness to it, but it doesn't feel physically harmful. But something invisible in the air, the near whiff of it, starts to burn your lungs. And immediately, both of you understand to find ways to cover your mouths and put cloth over and instruct the others to do so. It doesn't take you too long to find out what was causing this awful odor as you see a rotting corpse of one of these giant monsters. Looks like one of the antelopes, just off to the side, slowly decaying apart. It looks as if its head has been ripped off and its guts have been strewn about. But as it's decaying, that smell, you start to feel as if their very bodies, as they decay and get put into the ground and the air, might be toxic. But anyway, you rolled high enough they don't have to worry about it.
Thanks, Leo and Kareto.
Thumbs up.
You travel half the day through after avoiding that terrible body and find what appears to be plant life. Uh, the first thing that you notice is the air becomes cleaner. You can smell the clear smell of water, and then you see some trees. And as you look towards the ground, you see sand turns to what appears to be rough, coarse dirt. Surrounded by all of this plant life, there is water. You're about 1,000 feet away from it, but you can see all of this. You also see nearby, almost immediately, there is what appears to be a tabaxi wearing a very fine looking leather hat and a vest, just leaning up against a tree, who is watching you as you approach.
Karito looks to 6.
Is this dust?
No,
It's not him.
I said polite to say hello anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Leo quickly looks at I think that the answer is that we're fine, but Leo it occurs to him to look at Permelia and see if she's wearing Iridian colors or Iridian armor or anything.
Nope. She's wearing the stuff that you made for her. I mean,
Okay.
she's wearing your guild badge and all that.
Oh, right. I should talk to them. Okay. Six makes a show of stowing her weapons, or assuming we may have even had them out for the incident with the poison, but approaches unarmed.
As you approach him unarmed, he's looking you up and down and glancing back towards the group. What's your name?
Is it normal to give names out? Out of character, not.
Yeah. I mean, you're not Faye, let's be honest.
Yeah. I'm just remembering Four's reaction.
But it's not normal. It's not abnormal, but it's definitely it's blunt. It's getting to the point. You're definitely not used to it, especially since everyone is very polite to you.
You are suspicious of me?
Not you.
Them. They're with me. My name is Six Empty Beds. I'm from the City of Winds.
You can call me Chant.
Chant. You can call me Six.
Six. Why did you bring your slaves with you?
They're very capable in combat. The desert is dangerous.
It's only dangerous because they're with you.
Their skills have been useful for our travels. Their senses are different than that of a cat. They can pick up things we can't.
I don't think you understand. The monsters only will attack you because they're with you.
I don't follow.
You haven't been here for a while, have you?
No.
Leave the slaves in the cities. They'll be safe there. If you bring anything that isn't one of us into the deserts, the monsters will track and find you. They'll hunt you down.
The monsters don't attack Rasaharians?
No.
Do I believe him?
Insight. Monsters have attacked you.
I see. What does this mean for the Oasis?
Well, I'm hoping that the spirit here will protect us then. Sorry. I'm sure they're capable. You arrived. Where did you come from?
The southeast.
You can see him do math in his head. Where?
That is the truth, right?
Yes.
Southeast.
You aren't from around here. That's weird.
I'm from around here. We came from a different direction. I was collecting her. 6 points at Permelia.
Right. Sorry. Let's keep things civil. Have you been here before?
No. What custom should I observe to not anger the spirit?
If you need supplies, water, food, take it from the trees, take it from the water. Do not go near the flowers. You will see the spirit, the armored figure simply sitting in the flowers. Do not disturb him, and he will not disturb you. Should you disturb him, you will become fertilizer.
I'm unfamiliar with the spirit. What can you tell me about them?
I know it is violent, and that is all I know.
I am in search of another Rasaharian who, last I heard, was in this area. Black fur.
I haven't seen a black furred one.
She nods. I'll make sure that my slaves don't cause trouble while we're here. And if monsters come, they're ready to defend.
Tell me, when was the last time you were in the Rasahari?
Out of character 4 years ago? 3?
Yep.
4 years
4.
ago.
So you've never seen the monsters until you came back, have you?
I fought one briefly. It had wandered outside of the bounds of the... It had wandered outside of the desert. A large human baby?
Ah, the Gorm.
Gorm.
Since you don't seem to know, and you clearly brought those who aren't Rasahari here, let me give you some advice. There are a variety of monsters, but they tend to come in certain types. There are the mountain lions, the white lions, the ones that hide in the sand and can seem to almost camouflage themselves into the desert. They're big, and they hunt in generally small packs. If one grabs you, it's going to try and isolate you. It's going to use the sand as its own weapon. If you know one is hunting you, I highly suggest you either immediately hide or immediately fight it, because they are smarter than they look. There's the antelopes. I'm sure you've heard the screaming. They want to actually attack you unless they think you're wounded. But they will scream and get something else to come at you. I suggest you either run from them or kill them immediately to prevent attracting more attention. There's the Gorm. You said you met them before. I assume you only fought one?
1.
Lucky. They travel in large packs. If you ever see more than one, I suggest running. Everything that goes near them tends to disintegrate. Then there's the Phoenix. So you know, that one wanders. It can be anywhere. And by anywhere, I mean I think I've confirmed it can actually teleport. Don't get near those. The Phoenix has a tendency to de-age or rapidly age anything around it, as if time itself moves differently. I don't know if you've seen what it can do to a plant, but it can do that to you too. Then there's the faceless giants. Those tend to be hovering around the City of Winds right now. If you end up seeing one of them, they're always alone. But if it grabs you, it will immediately shift you far away, and it hurts. I've seen it kill a lot of slaves that way, and anyone traveling with slaves has a bad tendency to also end up their food train. If I can give you any advice, it's find a city, leave those who aren't Rasaharian there, and then you can go wherever you want without too much issue. But it sounds like you don't want to do that. So be careful.
You've shown me great hospitality, Chat. I appreciate your insight. We encountered the Phoenix on our way here, and I'll try to give like a general idea of the direction we came and warn him that it reproduced.
Oh, you don't know about the reproduction. Oh, right, of course you wouldn't. If you ever see a child, it's going to be an adult in a month.
That quickly.
That quickly. Also, they don't seem to need to eat, they do it for fun.
This gives me a lot to think about.
I have been waiting here because, well, it's safe, it's wet, and to be quite frank, I don't really want to go back to the cities as I don't have a lot of coin on me right now. So if you need me, I will be here.
Thank you. I'll make certain my slaves don't disturb you.
That's good.
Sort of trying to read the posture to see if there's anything else or if I'm free to go get the party.
He doesn't seem to want to do anything else. He seemed mostly of a he doesn't want you to get yourself killed for no reason and thinks that slaves are a bad idea in general.
Gotcha. Is he still within earshot of the party if I'm to go back to them?
You know that the tabaxi ears are pretty good, so he'd probably be able to hear things. Maybe not the exact sentence you say, but enough that he'd get an idea.
Okay, I'll raise my voice slightly and be like, you're not to disturb him while we're here. You're not to disturb the spirit and the flowers. You're free to take from the trees and water. Like a command.
How does the party react to being commanded?
Did we hear any of that conversation? Like, I don't know how far away they were.
Definitely
Kaito
walked
did.
out. Karuto and Navali definitely heard it.
Kaito seems stern and serious and, bows politely as if, yes.
Yeah, Leo gives the sort of like quarter bow head nod.
Navali also nods respectively.
As does Celeste.
Here you go. The entire party is willing to pretend to be slaves.
What is Permelia's reaction?
A very gentle nod. She knows what she signed up for. She asked you to do this earlier.
That
We
makes
had a
sense.
literal conversation about this.
Will lead the group in.
You lead the group towards the water, and you do see there are several fruits growing on the trees and even a couple of fruits growing on some bushes nearby. There's definitely a lushness to the area and a lot of fruit around. There is still something that bothers the back of all of your minds. Despite all this fruit, water, clear plant life, there's not a single animal. And as you look around and start to understand the name of the Oasis of Flowers, you do see a patch of what appear to be wildflowers of all types growing off to the side. And in the center of it, a human sized person just sitting there with a sword and shield at their side, fully clad in this vibrant, verdant armor with little bits of red and pink dashed across its shield and armor plate. You cannot see any flesh or fur sticking out of it. It's as if it is just armor. Though, it's sealed so tightly, if something is underneath it, you would not be able to tell. Appears to just be sitting there, motionless.
Is it like covered in moss or like?
It looks as if it's painted green and not covered in moss.
And his sort of, I feel like Leo knows that this is not appropriate, but he's sort of curious. Is the Oasis also like? Are there people like using it as a pool?
Nope,
like
there is no one else really around. No animals. You see the figure who, when you first entered, but it's empty beyond that.
oh, okay. No other tabaxi at all.
Nope.
I suppose I don't think Leo's leading in this, but I assume we're trying to find an area then that is sort of out of earshot of chant.
You have no
Sort of.
issues in doing this.
Yeah. Is this what you were expecting? 6?
No. I don't know what to do. I have to go into the flowers. Karito and I saw it. You were there, Karito.
He nods, and yet you must go alone.
Perhaps we should take a rest before we go?
I don't know how I'll be able to sleep.
Leo's keeping his mouth shut, but he has probably a slight perplexed look on his face because he actually wasn't there when you did the bottle.
Yeah, she also hasn't told half the party anything about it. I I didn't come all this way to wait.
Perhaps just some preparation then. Would you? Perhaps we can take a walk around, just getting a lay of the land.
Sure.
Leo basically wants to detect magic and just sort of get an idea of if this place is sort of magically natural in any way.
I need a wisdom saving throw from you.
Oh boy. Don't know that Navali was walk. Like, I don't know if we're all going for a walk, but I'm just going to roll this. Either 17 or 19.
I would say if 6 asks Navali to come with, she will.
She wants Navali and Permelia.
All right.
Okay.
Navali's there then.
So 19.
Yeah.
When you cast Detect Magic to look around, you have to immediately avert your eyes because everything starts to glow. It starts to give you a headache, but you manage to push through it as if almost like you're touching something that you're not supposed to. Like your mind touched a stove and you immediately shrieked away from it. And your eyes adjust and you start to notice that there is a almost dozens of magical effects going on at all times everywhere around here. It's as if it's flowing with magic. The ground itself has at least 4 different schools in it. The water has at least 3. The flowers has 5. Everything is extremely magical to a rather obscene degree.
And I imagine we're not within, because it's like 30-foot range, so not within range of the armor.
Correct.
Leo did not cast this as a ritual, so you guys probably just watched him like mutter an incantation in the air and then sort of like immediately sort of like put his hand to his head like he's having a minor migraine, before opening his eyes and just sort of like shock and awe. I'm sorry. I don't know that this is helpful, but there's magic here. And it's so unlike other magic, I can sort of filter it and learn something about it, but it's just everywhere and there's so much of it that it's like a web that's just getting tangled in my mind. And I'll just drop detect magic for the relief of it and just say, I'm sorry to waste your time on that.
It's fine. You're not wasting my time.
Knowing that everything's magic, maybe that's why people aren't just hanging around here.
Was Chant sort of sitting outside the perimeter?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, perhaps we don't actually sleep from within the clearing if we stay the night.
I have to do this. Can we get everyone together?
Leo nods.
Mm.
I'm certain that should you want it, those of us who can imbue you with magic may be able to help from afar, if that makes sense.
She shakes her head. I have to do it myself.
Navali already having this conversation with Six doesn't seem surprised by that if Leo is taking a look at her and Firm.
We'll be close enough that if you yell for help, we'll do it in a second.
She nods.
So
Well,
you
shall we
gather the
gather?
party?
Yeah. Everything's fine. Nothing's wrong.
Just real quick, has Six taken any damage at all?
No.
Okay. Just want to double check.
We gather the party.
She
You gather
sort
the party. You get nearby the flowers, but far enough away that you can simply watch it as Six, go ahead.
She takes off her pack and all of her non-essential gear and sort of slumps it by the party. She straps her offhand claws on her main hand claws. Does the spirit move at all as we approach the flowers?
As you approach now,
Dust.
no response.
Dust, it's me. 6.
How close do you get?
Right up at the rim. But not actually touching.
You don't get a response.
Dust, I came to talk to you. No response.
No response.
I step into the flowers.
As your foot steps into the flowers, its head rears up for a moment, and its entire body almost seems to twist to turn towards you for a second. You hear breathing just for a second, as if life flowing through it all of a sudden.
Dust?
What do you want?
I came to talk to you.
What, did Dad send you?
No. I came on my own, as soon as I knew where you were.
What do you want, 6?
I came to apologize to you.
What?
I came to apologize to you because I am a bully.
6, I'm giving you one chance. You shut up and you take a step back.
I traveled to Iridia. And I saw the way that my friend's family treated her. And I feel just like one of them.
6, I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Indomitable.
Sure?
$10?
While you speak angrily and from the heart, you notice both your feet step into the flowers completely. You whiff something in the air as dust, question mark, stands up. Your body suddenly feels a little bit heavy. And as you're talking, you notice he pulls a sword out of the ground covered in green and vines and holds his shield aloft. And as you keep talking, you notice him stepping to attack you. So, I'm going to give everyone a choice, as we might run over if we do the fight. Is everyone okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
Sure.
I'm okay with
I have
that.
no problems.
Yeah.
Neat. Roll initiative. I'm going to say everyone may. Yes.
Okay.
Awesome.
Just out of curiosity, is Chant like in the
He's
periphery, mad at us?
far away, like
Okay.
300 plus feet away.
Okay.
You could not tell. Promelia as well, 6.
Oh, right. Did she get added? Does she have a token? Oh, there she is. I'm sorry. It was. Do you see what it is, or do you want me to reroll?
What the fuck?
Yeah,
I do see what it is.
She's a god.
Beautiful.
Oh, damn. Herm's ready.
Uh, 29, no, that's wrong. Okay. Karuto, you notice the knight in the center of the flowers standing up and drawing weapon and approaching 6 with hostile intent. What would you like to do?
Character holds his ground
Okay,
and draws his weapon as well.
totally fair. How about you, Promelia? With a nat 20 for some fucking reason.
I think Promelia wants to get closer.
Sure.
Promelia takes the dodge action.
Navali.
Navali follows and takes the dodge action.
Okay, 6.
Um, 6 is terrified. She takes the dodge action.
Sure. Anything else?
No, she's trying to speak, but I don't think she can.
Reference.
I think Rev is also just gonna advance right now. He does have his shield and blade out.
Leo.
Leo's following suit, maybe staying behind people a little bit more, but he's going to sort of whisper to the group, the nearby group, just saying, I don't understand. What is this, a duel? But that's his turn.
Fair enough. 6. Sword drawn, shield out. As you stutter for a moment, he walks forward, and your charisma saving throw from you. You feel some effect that's making your body heavy. It's still there, but it doesn't get worse. And the sword comes down swinging at you. You are dodging.
That's a hit.
Manages to slice into your side for 11 damage. This was definitely not a sparring swing either. This was a I'm trying to physically kill you. You cannot see his face. You cannot even really hear anything else other than breathing. I'd like you to roll insight. There's something very different about his movements. You trained with him before. This is different. Well, it's definitely a lethal swing and attempt to hurt you. These movements are completely alien to you. It does not make sense in your head to how he learned this so quickly after you trained with him for so long. There's something very strange about the movements that just don't click quite in your mind yet, but something's starting to make a little bit of sense. Just not enough. It's Lustra.
Hmm. I'm sorry. What did it just try to do?
Oh, it just stabbed her.
Okay. Uh. Why can I not see the ruler? I think what's happening. Brain does not like the way I'm doing. Sorry. It's like Celastra will move closer. Oops, that close. And attempt to hit it with a guiding bolt. Hmm.
The guiding bolt zooms right by you, Six, and as it seems as it's about to hit him, Celestra, I need a charisma saving throw.
Wonderful.
You're next, so that's a 12. All of you next to Celestra see a mixture of pollen and vines suddenly engulf her for a split second, then her body disappear, and we appear directly next to him.
Uh-oh.
And you can see the head slightly turn, and your body start to feel very heavy. Anything else?
I think that's all I can do.
Karuto.
Kaito is still holding true, watching the fight develop, although he will move closer. Because everyone else has. Move back in. He is still, I guess, dodging for lack of anything else, just like staying very alert,
Sure.
very strong.
Permelia, you did see Celestra suddenly get vanished right next to him.
If you're saying something, we can't hear you.
Oops, I forgot to hold my push to talk down. She's going to take the dash action and try to get behind Celastra.
Charisma saving throw. Of course, she's the only one who succeeds.
Of course she is.
By the way, you're still on TGM.
Oh, let me figure out how to fix that. There it is.
There's a button, yeah. You watch her run into the flowers. You can see that play drawn and preparing to protect Celestra. She seems to also feel that heaviness, but doesn't seem affected by something else. That is a dash action, so I assume that's the end of her turn.
That's the end of her turn.
Navali.
Navali is going to use her action to summon her spear.
Ooh, ice.
She sees her friends have initiated. She is still going to respect Six's wishes and not attack, but she is going to bonus action use her once a long rest jump so that she can get farther.
Are you
so that
going
she-
to just jump into the flowers?
I'm not going to jump into the flowers. I'm going to jump right next to Six.
Okay.
So she's going to go. I think I should be able to do that because if I'm basically taking a running, I have 35 movement speed. So if I use
I
the
will
jump spell,
definitely allow you to just land directly behind Six.
okay.
Could technically land behind the knights if you wanted to, but that's up to you.
I am now within 10 feet of you all.
Correct.
And that is Navali, but she has her icicles up.
Six, you notice many of your friends suddenly around you. You know Celestra just suddenly appeared there.
Sort of mid clashing of blades, Six shouts, "Stop! Stop! Stop! Dust, leave them out of this. They're not like me. They're good people." And I'm gonna hit him.
Okay. Harmlessly comes off his shield the first time, and the second time, let me check something. Harmlessly parried away.
Bonus action.
Can't seem to get through the armor.
That is the end of my turn.
Rev.
Okay, Rev's gonna continue to get closer. I think for right now he's going to take the dodge action and continue to observe and see. Just see, because this was he just wants to see what happens. He's gonna dodge.
Leo.
Leo's in a state of confusion where he's like, I tend to think he's actually not taking the dodge actions because he's like not sure what to do. He just sort of like looks at Karuta and says, "I don't. Are we going in?" I don't know if Karuta has a response to that.
Kaito sort of glances at Leo and says, "We hold until she says so."
Karuta just sort of Leo turns from Karuta and like just like anxiety washes over him. Yeah, Leo is going to put an arm on Karuto and give you haste, so that way if you need to act, you're able to get a few extra shots off.
Nice.
And Leo will just stand there for now.
6, you watch as its head turns to Celestra, and you hear the voice still almost a little bit strained. Not your choice. Celestra, I need a charisma saving throw from you.
Not again. Woo!
26. Whatever's trying to wash over you doesn't seem to, though you still feel like your body's heavy. And 6, you see his movement seems a lot faster now, as if he's getting warmed up and just immediately tries to carve into Celestra.
That's a hit.
Reaction. Icicles.
Oh, Navali first. I apologize.
I roll. I'm gonna use.
I knew it was
two-
going to happen.
I'm gonna use 2 icicles for now. So
Okay.
it's what is in that? What was that again?
It's 2d6. It's 1d6 per
2d6.
icicle.
Okay, 2d6.
Some ice blocks in front of it. Does Perm also intercept?
She does.
Okay. And as it gets slowed down, you see the blade get intercepted by another sword. And then it just shifts and swings again. It does 11 hits. 17 hits.
Who's this on? Celastra?
Celestra still.
17 ties my 17, so that's a hit, right?
Yep. 17 damage. As it
Ow.
cuts into you, you think, oh, that's bad. They blocked it. He still kept going. And a third swing suddenly comes up. And this one you managed to block. Hey, Celestra. You are bleeding.
I am. going to attempt to shocking grasp and get out of here.
Okay, shocking grasp.
Never mind.
Is he wearing metal?
He is completely covered in metal, so you roll again.
Hooray! Woo!
It is stressful.
I guess so. I think Celeste is just gonna risk the attack of opportunity and GTFO.
I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Okay. Yikes.
You see his hand twitch for a moment, and just before you leave the flowers, vines entangle and grab across your tail, and you are unable to move and are considered restrained.
Okay. I'm gonna bonus action healing word myself.
Sure.
Okay. That is all.
Karuto, you watched Celestra take some damage, and then vines grab and prevent her from moving.
Well, Six didn't say anything about not helping the party. So character is going to move, aim for the thickest vines, and try and cut through them with a shot.
That is interesting and hard to rule easily. So what I'm gonna do is just make me a normal attack roll, and I'll set some Vine HP.
Okay. I'm going to reroll that.
Ironically, that AC would be 13.
I'm going to reroll it using a bonus action.
Sure. 24
There
hits.
you go. Probably won't sneak attack this because it's vines.
You cut deeply into it, but you can tell it's barely held together.
Character swears under his breath, but that's all he does.
Incorrect. You have a haste attack.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I do. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. Quick as a flash, character strings in, knocks another arrow and fires again.
This one just gets into the thick vine and seems to get lost inside. I will say, because it is much weaker, it seems much easier to break out of, even if it has not broken her completely free. Going to assume that's the end of your turn?
Mhm.
Permilia, it's trying to kill Snake.
Can I help Celastra out of the vines?
How do you intend to do that?
Athletics?
And just kind of rip her out?
Yeah, I saw Karto shot them.
Sure. Celastra, you feel a hand across your tail, and in seconds you feel as it has been ripped free without any issues.
Thank you, Six.
It was perm.
Amelia looks sad.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying enough attention.
You're welcome, Celastra. Then she's gonna move.
Anything else? Okay. Navali.
Diwali is going to cast Bless. I am going to do it at, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. When you cast this at second level, it doesn't. I'm gonna do it at level 2. Actually, And I'm gonna cast it on Perm, Karito, Rev, and Celastra. Because they all are within 30 feet of me.
So, as you cast Bless, you feel your spell go off without any issues. And something weird happens as it tries to interact with the people within the flowers. It seems to fizzle out. It works on Karuto and Rev without any issues, but Permilia and Celestra do not seem affected.
Interesting. All right. And then that is her.
6.
Still frantically trying to shout at him while attempting to claw the shit out of him. Where did you learn to fight like that? Dad said you didn't like to fight. And I'm gonna slashy.
Of course. Hits.
Trip attack, targeting dexterity. Fuck.
I'm going to not take 76. Okay, 7 I'll take.
16. Compared to Dust question mark strike with intent to kill, 6 is obviously trying not to kill him.
You scratch into the armor and go straight for the leg, and roll me an insight again before you roll your next attack. Something about his movements still feel weird to you, but he doesn't respond to you immediately as you cut into his leg, and he doesn't even miss a beat and seems completely fine.
Number 2.
Easily blocked.
And number 3.
He seems very good at keeping you off of him.
I think it's also safe to say that 6 is emotional and frenzied, and probably not doing the best. That'll end her turn.
Pretty obviously, yes. Rev.
Okay, so it is very apparently trying to kill 6, correct?
Oh, tried to kill Celestra last round.
Is it still fixated on Celastra, like still harrying her?
I will allow an insight to figure out exactly where he seems to be going. It's hard to tell. His movements are very strange in a way that doesn't almost seem like a fighting style.
And Celastra is no longer in vines, is that correct?
Yes, Vermilia ripped her out after Karuto loosened it.
I think for the time being, what Rev will do is hop over here. It's 10 feet of movement left. If Celastra's okay with it, he'd try to pull her 5 feet out of the field of flowers. And away from that guy.
Does Celastra allow grappling to be pulled out?
Yes.
As you attempt this, Rev, as you grab onto Celastra, I need a charisma saving throw. That is a 14 because Navali is next to you.
Oh.
As you grab onto Celastra's hands, your vision goes blurry, and in everyone else's point of view, it's as if you tripped and fell in.
Oh dear.
You no
Oh,
longer
no.
have movement.
Does that use my action?
Additionally, you no longer feel the bless effect. Your action was attempting to grapple, so you technically still have an attack.
No. Not if I can't move, I don't. I think that's me.
All right. Leo.
Leo's concerned. It's very like it appeared that Rev just tripped in, that there was no barrier.
That's what it looked like, yes.
Leo's staying put, observing. And I'll interrupt you if I want to take a turn, but he's sort of just trying to follow the plan.
Okay. At 6, you notice that he seems to be getting even faster now. He's going to take one swing at each person around him. We're going to start with 6.
That's a hit.
Jesus.
Ooh.
Pause because I know multiple people have reactions. Next one's on Slostra. Oh no.
Ow.
Oh my god.
It's a good thing I healed myself.
Permelia will intercept.
That makes sense. Okay. So it's still 38. And last one is on Permelia.
Jesus. Stop it.
No.
Wait, did you say you're icicling?
Yeah, sorry. I think I was muted. I wanted to icicle. Well, I guess I can icicle perm now.
Sure.
I'm gonna roll 3 of them. So I'm gonna roll.
Just on perm?
I can only do it once.
Okay, but you're choosing perm?
Yeah.
So she still takes 27. And then he seems to just blur movement and strike her again. This time she's able to block. Things do not look good as blood just spills all over the flowers and he just seems to be getting faster and faster.
6 shouts everybody out.
Slostra.
What do? Has he already used his reaction or no?
You've never seen if it's been a reaction. You've noticed that it seems as if the field itself is keeping you inside.
Okay. Am I restrained or no?
No.
I'm going to try again to shocking grasp and run the frick away.
You have advantage. Roll again.
Why?
It's just hard to get a grip on him. It seems as if vines are across his armor.
Okay. Trying to run away. It happened.
Strength saving throw.
Oh my goodness.
Just immediately, as if understanding your attempts, grass seems to appear around you and grab your tail again.
Okay. Let's see. Who else besides Perm has been hit?
I have.
Well, how much did you get hit for?
I'm at half health. I'm missing 30 hit points. No, more than that. I'm missing 40 hit points.
Okay. I think I have to heal myself still, unfortunately.
Makes sense.
Do a big one because I don't want to die. It's not big enough. Okay, that's all I got.
Okay. Karuto, there seems to be having problems.
Kaito is gonna try and actually no. I reckon I'm gonna move towards the thing. I might get flowered. That said, what was the saving throw again?
You It's been charisma save every time people have been entering it.
Obviously, I wouldn't know that. Let me just.
Yeah, but I've been saying it out loud. Like, it's meta knowledge,
Yeah.
but it's fair.
Yeah, Kaito's going to keep shooting in an attempt to try and free Celastra rather than putting himself in danger.
Okay. That is a hit on the vines. They loosen, but not fully broken. You're still
Another
hasted.
one. Yep.
That is a hit on the vines. You've shattered the vine. She's no longer restrained. You're not going to let him roll with advantage.
And that's it.
Permelia, are you going to listen to Six, who said everyone out?
I am. I'm going to try to take Celastra with me. Can I shove her 5 feet?
You can try, though I'm going to force a strength saving throw from her if she attempts.
Gotcha.
Disadvantage because she's trying to do it with it's not even her own body.
That makes sense. Okay, how about I try to get out first?
Sure.
I'm going to go right here.
Kind of walk around Celastra, roll strength saving throw.
12.
Just latches onto her as she tries to push across Celastra, and it shoves her back in.
I attempt to grapple Dust.
That is, yeah, she hasn't used an action. Double checking his skills real quick. Manages to push her off.
I can't do it a second time, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Since she's unable to get out, she will swing.
Sure. Disadvantage because she's restrained.
Oh, by the vines.
Yes. He manages to parry the blade.
I'm going to Inspiring Action Surge, targeting myself 6 and Celastra.
Goes through without any issues.
I'm going to try to grapple him again if I can, since this is a separate
No.
attack action.
It's going to be one grapple attempt per turn.
Gotcha, that makes sense. Can I attempt to cut myself out?
Sure. She could also try and just rip it off herself, like break out.
Okay, that's what I'll do.
Athletics. They are thick and hard to rip off. These have not been weakened yet.
Wah.
What does the inspiring part of action surge do again?
6 temp health.
Yeah, sorry. I said 7, it's 6.
Then I'm going
Correct.
to use my bonus action, since I technically took an attack action on Dust, to attempt to bonk him down.
She can do that, you're correct.
Wah.
Has she finally met her match?
I think she has.
Hey, Navali.
People look pretty bloodied.
Everyone directly in front of you is bleeding heavily and having issues. You can see Permelia's entangled in vines. Everyone else seems, at the very least, haggard.
I guess I have a question. Can I lay on hands and drag somebody out?
No, because the
What
grab
if I am dragging out the person I'm laying
it
hands
does
on?
not matter. The
Dang.
idea is the action is grapple.
But I could attack too?
Yes, because that is so part of grappling is it's part of the attack action technically. Which is
Okay.
weird, but true.
And last time I saw that Rev tried to pull somebody out and then got pulled in.
It looked kind of like he tripped, but yes, it seemed like he tried to grab Solastra and then kind of slipped in and is having issues getting out.
Mm. Can I make a call? Because I noticed that Bless didn't work. But did Celastra's healing magic work on herself while it was in the
You
flowers?
can see that she has closed her own wounds several times.
Okay. I am going to actually then just move over to Celastra. I am going to give her 20 points of healing with lay on hands.
It does not seem to go through.
What?
You're not in the flowers.
But Celastra's magic worked on herself.
Yeah, she's in the flowers.
It's like a force field is sort of my impression, is that nothing can go through it unless you get pulled in.
Gotcha. Okay. So that was an action. I can't remember. Did I use my channel divinity last fight?
You've short rested from there.
Okay.
You'd have it back for sure, even if you did.
Okay. I'm gonna bonus action turn the tide. Everybody gets to roll 1d6 plus 2.
Funny enough, that is not considered magic. It goes through.
Yes. And gets that many points of healing back.
Yay.
So
Yay.
I'm sorry, I wish my lay on hands actually worked.
Unfortunately, Familia's not at half.
That is Navali.
6.
Six shouts out, everybody get the fuck out. I have to do this myself.
6, as you're shouting this, you definitely notice them trying and unable to leave.
Yeah, okay. Pant, breath. She doesn't know what to do. She has no idea what to do. She's freaking the fuck out. Is there any way I can help people get out?
You could try to grab them and drag them out, but you notice that every time people try to leave, some vines seem to grab them. You also know Permilia is currently entangled.
I'll cut Permilia free.
I mean, the 29 definitely hits the vines. Significant loosens them, but doesn't fully break them.
I'm going to bonus action second wind.
Okay.
I'm going to action surge 1 attack on Permilia.
Okay. I assume the vine's not her.
Yeah, the vines.
You easily cut off the rest of them and she's free.
Final attack on Dust.
Sure. He seems invincible.
He seems invincible.
Could you roll me insight again? We're doing this literally every turn. Perfect. 6. I need to drag you away for a second.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. This...
Watching your brother continually do this over and over again, you're starting to figure out what seems so off about this. He's not fighting. This isn't the training that you went through with your father. This is something completely different. He's dancing. Every movement is a dance, and he's simply, every time a new partner is added, going a little bit faster to make sure each partner is accommodated. If it's a dance, you just have to match his movements.
Do I know how I would do that?
So, two things happen immediately. One, I need you to make a decision. You may either immediately gain proficiency in performance permanently, or get +1 dex. You already have 20 dex, don't you?
I do.
Then you cannot take dex.
I will take proficiency in persuasion. Performance.
Performance, yes. Additionally, from now on, his AC does not go up from the amount of people in the flower field, which I don't know if you figured that out yet.
Yes, he gets an extra attack, they all do more damage, and his AC goes up.
Yes. So from now on, you're able to keep his AC at the normal amount, which is 19.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to just explain this to you now. Everyone will be rolling with a 19 because you figured out exactly how that works, but his damage will stay the same.
Gotcha. So the damage is still really high and he still gets lots of attacks.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to say anything because I'm hoping that Rev can bamf a couple people out. But
I understand.
If it's just 6 and perm, we got this.
I understand. And I agree. We're bringing you back. I need to drag you out because I never want people to know when you gain a bonus proficiency through these kind of things.
Okay, I won't say anything.
Good?
Ready.
Is that the end of your turn 6?
What's up?
Is that the end of your turn 6?
That is the end of my turn. No. She says out loud. Wait, no, yeah, she already said get out. That's end. That's the end.
Rev.
Rev has been watching this thing. I mean, Celastra still does not look good, right? Like bloodied.
She's about half. She's doing okay now.
What a 6 look.
Six looks okay.
I think what Rev's gonna do is move behind him, and I mean, he looks very conflicted. He's like gritting his teeth. He'll look at 6, but he's gonna swing at this guy.
6 is glaring at you.
Is it apparent, like, when he goes to swing?
It's absolute hatred in her eyes.
At him.
At Rev, yes.
If he sees that, he'll, if I'm allowed, relent and take the dodge action.
Sure. You didn't roll yet, so there's no objection to me switching actions. I'll give you a moment. Are you confirming dodge action?
Yeah, it's confirming dodge action.
Okay. Any bonus actions?
Nope.
Leo.
I'm skipping my turn. Only the only thing is Leo. Well, Leo will activate blade action. Blade song, just in case he needs the AC. One thing that he's keeping tabs on, because it's the only thing in his control at the moment. If for some reason he sees Karito turn his bow to shoot this guy, the green armored figure, he wants to cancel haste and stun Karito. It's not something he wants to do out of character. It's just like it is something that he's prepared to do if he feels like he needs to make a call.
Okay. I will keep that in mind. I will say, since concentration is just instant, you can do that.
Yeah. But he's trying to monitor what Carto's aiming at. So if Carto's aiming at vines, it's fine. So Leo's eyes are both on, like, ping ponging from the fight to Carto to the fight to Carto, just to like see where he's aiming.
Okay. Knight's turn. He's just going to take a swing at each person once, starting with 6.
A miss.
Celestra.
A hit. Ow.
I'll hold for reactions.
Ow.
Vermilia. Oh, there's the intercept for 25 instead of 29.
Okay.
That hits Permilia.
And Reverence.
Dodge.
Oh, you're correct. Still hits.
Yikes.
17 to Rev.
He has plus 12 to hit, by the way.
That is the end of his turn. Hey, Celestra.
Hi.
You've been trying to get out this entire time, but you've been fucking trying.
I'm trying. Do we have any idea what his AC is?
Have
It's
we
like,
hit him?
no. I don't think.
6 has hit him once.
What did 6 roll?
A really big number.
24.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Ugh. What can I do? What can I do?
Will also let you know, simply because you got to kind of witness this, it is not technically a reaction to the vine thing.
Okay. Um. I'm going to. So if I have a spell that says the casting time is 1 minute, that means that
It's
it would
10
not
rounds.
happen. Yeah, okay. Bummer. Okay. I'm just gonna keep trying to do the same thing I've been doing and hope that it works this time.
Strength saving throw.
Shocking grass first.
Yep.
21.
Hits.
Yay. Let me make sure I'm doing it correctly. Blam. And
You see the lightning surge through and his body sees up for a moment, but the vines still come at you as you try to leave and entangle you.
fantastic. I guess I'll stay here. I will also healing word myself again. Hopefully with a better roll. Or not.
Range 12's not terrible.
For a level 4?
That's fair. Karuto.
Am I gonna have to shoot vines again? Yes, I probably am.
You'll get out
Karatos-
eventually, maybe.
Yeah, Karato snarls in frustration and knocks another arrow. Bonus action, reset.
You have bless.
Wow. Okay.
You do have
Oh, wait.
bless.
Which is what?
D4.
Plus 1d4? Yeah. Okay, first one hits.
First one hits, yes. I won't even be me. You can keep your bonus action. You almost severed immediately, but it's still slightly on her.
And I'm going to do the same thing again for the second action. Do you mind me just using the bless on the second one as well?
You automatically can. There's no reason.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Ah,
Doesn't
tried
manage
to-
to sink in enough.
bonus
However,
action.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
goes in. And breaks Celestra out for the millionth time.
Seems to not make a difference.
Vermilia.
It means.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry,
I was
go
just
ahead.
gonna say it means you're not getting slapped as advantage. So
True.
True.
Permilia is currently restrained, correct?
No, she was broken out by you.
Oh, that's right. I attempt to walk away. Strength saving throw.
Correct, if you're trying to leave the roses.
I am. It doesn't work.
Could you tell me exactly which direction she went?
This
Is
way.
it just straight down? Because, yeah, if it's there, she gets entangled here.
Gotcha. Okay. Using her action, she shall attempt to cut herself free rather than try to break out with athletics.
Okay. Can I point out a problem?
Yes.
She's using a weapon that cannot kill. Plants are considered a living thing.
Can I switch to Oathkeeper?
Yes.
Okay. Can I keep? Do you want me to
Yes,
roll
you may
again?
keep the 17.
Okay.
I'm saying this because she would understand that. Sure. Swings, cuts herself out immediately.
Am I allowed to try to walk out again, or am I at 0
Right,
move
it
speed?
sets your movement to 0 immediately.
I'm in full territory. I'm gonna stay right here.
Navali.
I want to make a check if I can possibly read this. Given that her spells aren't working, I would like to try to figure out if I could use Aura Vitality to see if that could potentially go through.
Arcana or religion?
Yeah.
You're not thinking about Helm, so it works fine. You are aware, every time you attempted to cast magic or use magic features, it does not go through. It's as if it gets canceled out completely. You see magic going on inside without any issues, and in your mind you realize the only way you can heal your friends is if you are in the flowers with them. Though you also notice that there's a lot of problems for doing that. If you cast Aura Vitality, it will work on yourself, and you can heal anyone who escapes it without any issues. But you wouldn't be able to heal the people inside.
I gotcha. Okay. I don't want to get inside. She is going to stay where she's at, but I'm going to get back some icicles. So I forgot what I roll for that.
It is a D8. Maximum 8.
Oh,
So
yeah.
backed up to your max.
Yes.
I will also
and-
mention, because you rolled high in religion, you do realize physical things are able to go through without any issues. Like your icicles are in fact blocking damage.
Mhm. All right. And let's see. Trying to see if I have any bonus stuff I can do. I do not. All right. Sorry, that is me.
6. Everyone's still in the flower field.
Dust. 6 is a lot calmer now for some reason. Let them go. Dance with me. Not with them.
Roll persuasion. We'll figure out on his turn.
Is anybody currently restrained?
No.
Okay. I'm going to swing at him.
Okay.
Trip attack, targeting strength. He's prone, unless there's a modifier I don't see.
No, he is prone.
6 is on top of him for number 2.
Okay.
Oh,
Damn.
Crit number 2.
This isn't about them, it's about us. And number 3.
Oh,
God
shit.
damn!
Trip attack for more damage. Dust, I'm sorry. It's worth noting that all of these are, again, designed not to permanently injure him. They're superficial injuries meant to down him.
You are certainly cutting in every opening of the armor, mostly around the limbs, and you do see blood. He is not just a spirit inside armor. You know that for a fact.
I'll end my turn here.
Rev.
Rev, witnessing this, is gonna look at 6 one more time and step away
Rev.
from him.
Wait, no, forget I said anything.
And try to leave the field.
Okay, strength saving throw when you try to leave. Vines grab you. Once you entered, it does not want you to leave.
He'll struggle. He's still trying to otherwise get out, but that's him.
You still have an action if you want to do anything with it.
Oh, okay. I didn't do this very smart. Can I'll try to hack at the vines.
Sure, roll an attack. Unless you want to pull yourself out through the athletics.
No.
You hit the vines. Still a little bit left on him.
Okay,
You
guess
have multi-attack.
Oh, that's right. Goodness, I'm so sorry.
Free yourself before any issues, but your movement is
Sorry
still
about
0. All good. Leo.
I don't know if Leo's been able to put together the fact that about this force field or barrier between the flowers and whatnot. So all he really can see is that people are trying to get out.
You physically see that like the vines are grabbing them and pulling them back in.
Now, like, because Leo saw Rev get pulled in trying to be helpful, and so he just thinks that if he tries to help in any way, he'll get pulled in. So he's just gonna hang out with Karuto.
Okay. 6. You see him stand up in incredible speed, faster than anyone else you've seen do so. Unnaturally fast, as if he could slip up and do so as naturally as someone else moves. And you can see him stare at you and repeat one thing again. It's not your choice. And he does make a swing at you. But then also swings at Celestra.
It's a miss, but barely.
Yay, I'm not dead.
And then takes a step to swing at Permilia.
That's a hit. Permilia is...
Reaction. Navali's going to take that damage.
I need you to make a charisma saving throw, because that means you're going to the flowers to block the blade.
I will do that.
You shoot your arm in front and take 28 damage, but don't seem to slip in. almost shocking him, and he seems to pause for a moment, as if confused. But he turns and takes a backswing at 6.
A hit.
And I will repeat, not your choice. He did not move. Slostra.
Hello. What can I do? How hurt does he look after what Six did?
He's bleeding pretty badly, but he's clearly still moving with a lot of vigor, considering, let's be honest, that's the first time he really took damage.
Mm-hmm. And so it seems like the flowers are blocking any sort of magic from happening inside.
You are able to cast from the inside without any issues. It's just casting from the outside to the inside seems impossible.
I see. Um, I'm going to cast Elemental Weapon on Six's claws.
Which element?
I will choose lightning.
Ooh.
6, your weapons are crackling with lightning.
And then I'm going to attempt to run away.
Strength saving throw.
Okay. 15?
Telostra. You leave. And hilariously, this is the first time I get to say something. He does not take the opportunity attack.
X.
However,
do I get my full movement or no?
You get your full movement. The instant you leave the flowers, you notice the crackling of lightning disappear from Six's weapon.
Awesome. Okay, that's all I can do.
Karuto.
Celastra is apparently okay now. She's
Agreed.
free and safe. Amelia is still inside, and Rev is still inside, right?
Correct. And both of them are not entangled.
Character returns to watching like a hawk with an arrow knocked and takes a dodge action.
Hey, Perm.
I attempt to leave.
Strength saving throw.
God damn it.
I mean, the snake just slithered out without any issues. How bad? And my legs are caught.
I will attempt to cut myself free.
She successfully does so without any issues.
I move over here.
Anything else?
I will attempt to knock him prone.
Okay. Success. I assume that's the end because
Yeah,
that's
that's the
literally
end.
everything. Also, I'm going to point this out. She could not move over there. Her movement was set to 0 when she tried to leave.
Gotcha.
Navali.
Sorry, I'm not sure what to do. I'm thinking.
It's okay. Like, half the party is just taking the dodge action, and I don't think that's wrong.
I am going to re-up bless, but I'm going to target me. Or no, just before I do that. 6. Do you want help?
No.
Navali wants to insight that.
Sure. 6, do you want me to answer, or or do you want to?
I want to hear your answer.
6 figured out what's going on. She's calm. She's not actually worried. She just wants everyone else to get safe.
Navali looks to 6 with some understanding.
Can I amend?
Of course.
She's terrified. She's
I
terrified.
did not deny that part.
But she's calm at the same time. 6 knows that if you come in, you will die.
I gotcha. I am going to oof. I'm going to re-up bless. I'm going to let's see. I'm going to do a level 1, not a level 2 this time. I'm going to do it on Navali, Karuto, and Leo.
They have been blessed.
And then Navali is going to stand right here.
6.
Rev, I'm sorry I yelled. Help me. I'm going to die. And then I'm going to tear into dust on the ground.
You managed to block it. Hits.
Oh, this is such a bad idea. Oh, this is a terrible idea. I'm deciding whether or not to try to goading attack. Oh, she's gonna die. Not yet. Bonus action, 3rd attack.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't need to say it. You know why that hit.
Yep.
Rev.
Okay, so in that same calm voice, just to reiterate, she said, "Rev, help! I'm going to die."
Mm-hmm. Help me, I'm going to die.
Okay, Rev's gonna get back into position. He's gonna be looking at 6, but he's gonna raise his sword.
Smash him. Use magic. Do whatever it takes. I don't want to die.
Okay, he's gonna bonus action Hexblade.
Also, don't kill him.
Bonus action Banishing Smite.
Ooh. I have to check something in his sheet. One moment. I mean, he goes off either way.
And then I attack.
But 19 actually hits for reasons that 6 knows.
I smite. She said, "Do anything."
Sure.
Oh,
What? Oh, banishing.
Jeez. oh.
So 75. You can tell there's a flicker. He should have been banished. He's still there.
And I grit my teeth and lay into him with the second one.
Even he's breathing a little bit heavily now. He's still up. Is that all?
Looking frantically at 6, but yeah, that's all he can do.
Leo.
So from Leo's perspective, he just heard Navali say, like, Six told Navali to not interfere,
Yeah, I'm
and then
confused.
heard Six tell Rev to help.
Just because you
Is there
rolled
like
that insight, Navali, the reason is because he's already in the flower field.
Oh. I gotcha. Okay.
I mean, Leo's just, Leo has no idea about any of that, but at the same time, he's sort of I mean, Leo's scanning sort of the, like, because he's not the only one who heard that, so he's looking to Karto, looking to Celestra, looking to Navali, like sort of trying to gauge what he's supposed to do. Probably more so Karto and Celestra, because Navali probably has her back to him.
Karito is looking grim, but still holding his ground.
Celeste just like wide-eyed and exhausted, trying to be alive.
Leo takes a step forward, just sort of out of, like, before he pauses and just holds himself back. He sort of reaches into his jacket to grab a hold of the golden rods he has, sort of in trepidation, but is going to hold firm.
Okay. He stands up very quickly and very easily, again, almost unnaturally so. And he's going to look at 6 again. I will make it quick. Gonna start with you, 6, but he's actually gonna hit everybody. So 6 for Melia, Rev, in that order.
That's a hit. 6 is
Reaction.
up. Oh, she's up still, unless you want to.
Navali is taking that. 29.
Charisma saving throw, because again, you have to go into the flowers to actually physically block the blade.
Yes, I know. Just let me calculate that damage first so that I don't forget it. Okay. It's charisma.
You are just able to keep yourself from actually falling into whatever kind of magic is around this and have no issues.
She's gonna look to him and say, "No, you don't have a choice over us."
He does seem confused, but doesn't seem to respond to you, as if he can't hear you. This is on Permilia.
That's a hit. She's up.
This is on Rev.
It. He's up.
And that is the end of his turn. Celestra.
Um,
I'm sorry, real quick. I think I need to do a constitution because I got hit.
Correct.
I do
Or
have
your
advantage
bless.
on it though. Yes.
You have advantage because you have Warcaster and you get.
Also blessed, so.
You took 29. You had to beat 14. You're good.
we've only seen him do melee attacks so far. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But you also know last time you cast Guiding Bolt, you suddenly got put in there.
Yes. I'm going to kind of skirt the edge here and take the dodge action just in case. And then also, is anybody like extremely close to death right now?
Yes.
That's not inside the vines?
Yes. Navali.
Yes.
Okay. I will give Navali a healing word. The radiant doesn't need to be there.
I feel
Oh, but
so
don't you want to
blessed right
burn
now.
them first?
No.
So that's 10?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Karata.
Hello. This is a tough choice. I see Lee. No, he doesn't. I was trying to sort of debate in my head as to whether he would yell out if Six needed help, but no, on about society, rigid sort of code. He's just gonna keep watching as much as it hurts him to.
Cornelia.
She's in this to win this. Equipping Angel's Bane, she's going to attempt to attack Dust.
I'm glad, because that was the first time I was going to veto if you said she tried to leave. Continue. Can't seem to
Alas.
land a hit.
Bonk.
Okay. Navali.
Well, we're back to here.
Oh, I want Permilia to move. She's not restrained, right?
Correct.
Protect
Reasonable.
Rev.
Actually, no. You said you think you're going to die.
Ah.
I apologize. That's the first veto you're getting. Hey, Navali.
I am going to do lay on hands on myself. I'm going to put. I wish I could give it to Six, but I can't. Six or Perm. I am going to do 15 lay on hands on myself.
Goes through without any issues.
Yay! All right. And then she's gonna stay where she's at.
6.
Permilia, exactly like we trained.
She nods.
Commander Strike, Permilia.
Looking at his HP, and this could take him down. That is a hit.
Trip attack.
Okay.
Targeting strength.
I mean, she gets advantage on this either way, but sure.
22 slashing from 6.
You cut into him, and you can see blood starting to flow out of his armor. That is a hit. How does she do this?
Lovingly, but firmly. Near dead and terrified for her friends, Permilia strikes him in tandem with 6 and bashes him in the face with her shield to incapacitate him without killing him.
So here's the thing. She doesn't need to do that. It's Angel's Bane. It can't kill.
Oh, that's right. She does it anyway because it looks cool.
But actually, here's the thing about that. As you stab into him, and you position it perfectly so her blade can go straight into his face, she slams it into the helmet and then intends to slam her shield in. But the magic of Angel's Bane starts immediately starting to seal something. You hear something crunch. For a second, you're afraid she went too far. But then you can still hear his breathing. And his armor isn't the one thing that crunched. His sword broke, strangely, and it seems to be emitting some kind of pollen.
Dust?
He falls to the ground, completely unconscious, breathing softly. You notice butterflies start to suddenly appear from the armor and start to rip off of him, as if something strange happened with this armor. But the armor is sealed, and it turns into a flight of butterflies that rips off of him and flies all around you, leaving a black cat unconscious sleeping on the ground of flowers. And we'll pick up there next week as we're already over time. Are we
Oh,
good for
shit.
next week?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
If you are not, let me know sometime during the week and we'll figure that out. I hope everyone had a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for running.
That was fun.
Yeah, it was. Oh, that got intense. Permelia was at 3
Very.
health.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Celastra was down to 4 at one point.
It was almost a TPK.
Yes. I will cut the stream. Thanks for watching.